we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with our Masters, Grandmasters and Clubmans currently out on circuit. Bit of a battle going out. As you see, Mitch Mortimer, Arno Rasmus, and no, that's actually Michael Lowe, David Veringa and Christian Carvello that are fighting it. They're down in 4th, 5th and 6th place at the moment. And you can see how Lowe is defending Michael, doing everything he can. David Veringa looks up on the inside, can't make past first as yet. Christian Carvello right behind him, giving a bit of chase. Will be tailing all the way down the hill as they get a little bit more drive underneath him. David Carvello not going to back out. Michael Lowe having to go very defensive, keeping a very wide line on exit. And now take a look, Christian Carvello doing everything he can to just try and get underneath the likes of David Veringa. David now going side by side, sends it up on the inside, beautiful pass and locking it in. Michael Lowe dropping down a position, David Veringa up, sorry, that's Christian Carvello makes the pass. I do apologise, David, you're a little new behind Michael Lowe, well, not anymore. So Michael Lowe, David Veringa and Michael Lowe rounding out our field from 4th, 5th and 6th as our closest battle. Christian Carvello and David Veringa now doing everything they can, fighting out between the two of them as they do battle, fighting their way through. David doing everything he can to catch up to Christian under braking, able to make it work. A little bit harder on the brakes. Tries for the inside line, unable to do it through the double right-hander at the top of the hill. Now they've got to work their way down. Michael Lowe dropping off the pace though, is going to lose out the drive. So as it stands, Mitch Mortimer out in 1st place, along with Arno Rasmus, Sebastiano Diego, Christian Carvello. Michael Lowe has fallen back behind David Veringa. So it's David Veringa taking 5th place, 6th is Michael Lowe, Sean Peterson and Vaughan Bronkhurst rounding out our field at the moment. But keeping on screen, that is Christian Carvello going and powering his way around the circuit. David Veringa doing everything he can to close down the distance. Looks up on the inside, under braking, couldn't make it stick. But it looks like he managed to get past. So Christian Carvello now dropping down the order, and that's also allowed Michael Lowe to get into the fight as they fight their way through. It just looks like they got round Sebastiano as they carry the drive through. Christian Carvello and David Veringa not backing down at the moment. They're properly taking each other on, nose to tail riding at the moment at the top of the circuit. Now it's weave your way all the way down the hill, keeping on the power. Slight lift off, turn it in, get back onto the power, taking a little bit of a wide line. Now you're heading towards the infield, and this is where we're going to see the bikes get a little bit of a lift, as we saw Carvello getting that slight lift. As it looks like they're getting past on the back markers. Now just properly charging after one another into the toe. The battle for 4th and 5th at the moment is one of our closest battles currently out on circuit, and you can see how hard David's needing to push to get a little bit closer. Sorry, they're not fighting for 4th and 5th, they are now fighting for 3rd and 4th because they got past Sebastiano. And now Christian Carvello pushing as hard as he can. David Veringa right behind him, closing down the distance. Looks for the inside line, can't make it stick. Christian managing to lock it down and ensure that he's not going to get overtaken by David just as yet. Trying to go a little bit harder on the brakes, just leading onto the power, not close enough. But you can see properly trying to get that front fin underneath the likes of Christian Carvello. He knows he can get him just to sit up. That will be just the gap he needs to get past. As they claw their way around the circuit, time starting to run out, 4 laps to go. Slight lift to the front as David's getting a little bit early on the throttle. A little bit of late braking from all our riders at the moment, trying to get quicker, trying to get one up on one another. But while Christian Carvello and David Veringa are fighting out with one another, they're starting to close down to Arno Rasmus ahead of them. So Arno Rasmus, who is fighting out in the clubman's class, will be dealing with the likes of these two coming up rather quickly. Christian Carvello needing to just find that little half a second to break away from David Veringa. He seems to make up the distance through the corners, while Christian Carvello has a long and straight line, catching up to one of the riders. So this is going to be very, very interesting. How are they going to maneuver around our clubman? And it does look like a big send up on the inside for both our riders. Christian not holding back, David doing everything he could, and I think Arno Rasmus then discovered that he had two bikes, so we're going to go nailing it past him. Down the straight, through the infield. It does look like Christian has opened up a very slight gap, a 0.3 of a second at the moment, just enough to get his breath back as he charges his way around the course. A little bit quicker, a little bit faster, but it does look like David losing out that little bit of drive has cost him out. Trying to close down the distance. Arno Rasmus now down into fourth place. Gets right underneath his rear wheel. Christian Carvello feeling the pressure just ahead. Now needs to focus on the charge as they close down the distance. 10 seconds to Mitch Mortimer, who is leading out the entire field. Look over the shoulder just to see where the competition is. David Veringa saying, listen buddy, carry on looking because I'm going to close down on you and we're going to properly take a fight to one another. Getting a little bit more momentum, under braking. David does close it down quite a bit. Christian not able to go on the power just as early as he would like as they make a little bit of distance at the moment. Our riders trying everything they can, but time starting to run out. 2 laps to go, and when Mitch Mortimer comes across the line, he will be starting his final lap, much like Christian Carvello and David Veringa fighting second and third place overall. One more lap for them as well. Then we got Arno Rasmus in fourth, Michael Lowe, Sean Peterson, Sebastian and Diego, along with Vaughan Bonkhurst in eighth. But the battle for second and third still incredibly close between them. You can see David Veringa just tries to make up it under cornering, but just can't get on the power early enough. Hasn't got as much grip as he would like. Round one, the back markers, and now it's going to be a proper charge coming past where the airplane is. Under brakes, you can see David closes the distance up hugely to the back of Christian Carvello as they power their way through. Outright charge between them. The battle for second overall is on. They're fighting for class as well. Mitch Mortimer though, who's opened up a bit of time, will be crossing the line in third place if he can keep it going. So Christian Carvello, can he keep the pace? One corner to go and does so. So Christian Carvello coming across the line, taking second place. Third going to David Veringa. So absolutely phenomenal run. Let's take a look at our provisional class results. And our clubman C2, Mitch Mortimer taking first place, Arno Rasmus in second, Sebastian Diego in third place. For our Grandmasters, Sean Peterson taking first place. And for our Masters, second overall, Christian Carvello, and taking first in class, David Veringa with the fastest lap time of the race, only 0.4 behind the likes of Christian Carvello taking second place, and then Michael Lowe in third, fourth going to Vaughan Bonkhurst. Absolutely tremendous stuff for our Masters, Grandmasters and Clubmans. Next up though, we're going to be moving on to our 150 Cup and 150 Seniors, so don't go anywhere.
Battery.
ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are going to be kicking off with our 150 Cup and 150 Senior. Jason van Breda are going to be starting out in first place, going and getting ahead of Ryan van Niekerk. Caden Roberts in third, Troy Tonkin in fourth, followed by Tyron Morgan, Arno Erasmus, Caleb Swart, and Sean Portman rounding out in eighth place. So all our riders looking to make a bit of an impact here. You can see smiles on the faces of every single one of them. Ryan van Niekerk going and saying he's going for first place. Jason van Breda in first has got all the pressure put on him. Remember, the winner of this class at the end of the day for our 150 Cup will walk away with 5,000 Rand cold hard cash. So lots to play for, not only points for the championship, but also going and scoring some extra cash for the long weekend. I mean, what's the better way to go and sort out a braai when you've gone and won the races? Whistle blown, everyone moving off, revving it up. And we wait for our MSA flag to drop to signal the start, and away they go. Ryan van Niekerk not getting the start he wanted, as it looks like Jason van Breda off the start, getting a fantastic launch. Then you've got Caden Robert trying to go around the outside, does so, managing to make it stick. Now needs to carry the momentum through. Ryan van Niekerk though is going to try and close down the distance to Jason van Breda just ahead of him. You can see how quickly that gap has just diminished between first and second as they get a little bit more drive. A little bit of wind coming up, so they're going to be riding straight into a headwind. This is where you want to get right behind your competitors, trying to get closer and closer. Caden Roberts at the moment is in a little bit of a sweet spot, trying to carry the drive. Ryan van Niekerk though doing everything he can as he tries to improve his positioning to the race. Jason van Breda trying to opening the distance at this point as they fight their way through down the hill. Our 150 Cup doing everything they can. You can see Ryan van Niekerk not going to hold back on this one as he tries to close down the distance to the likes of Caden Robert. Looks up on the inside, just not able to make it stick, but is going to try and force him offline. So as they battle their way around the circuit, going and fighting their way, Jason van Breda leading out the charge down into the hairpin, carrying the momentum. You can just see how close Caden Roberts trying to get underneath him for braking. Ryan van Niekerk is losing out the drive, and will need to figure out what's going to work for him as they fight their way through. Ryan just coming out a little bit on the brakes, able to close down the distance. Jason now opening up the drive a little bit more. Caden Robert doing what he can, carrying the momentum through. First, second and third, still so close, within a second of one another as they power their way around the circuit. One of them knows what's on the line at the moment. Not only prize money at the end of the day, but the championship is so close between these three riders that they can taste it at the moment. So let's see how it's going to work out for long run. Ryan van Niekerk though is going to try to go under braking once again, up on the inside, backs out of it, going to go around the outside. Caden Robert though able to get a little bit later on the brakes, closes up to Jason van Breda as they charge their way through, completing yet another lap here at Formula K for the SA Short Circuit Series, round 6 for our 150 Cup and 150 Senior. Tremendous drive by all so far. Caden Robert leading out the championship is on 323 points. He's ahead of Arno Erasmus, Diego DuPont, Tyler Morgan, Jared J. Penn, Troy Tonkin, and then you've got Jason van Breda lying in 7th. 8th is Adam Naidu, and 9th is Ryan van Niekerk at the moment. So for anyone to lose points is going to be detrimental to their championship, but more on the line, Caden Robert looking to try and extend his lead in the championship for the 150 Cup, as he's got to make sure he keeps the momentum up and keep pressure on to Jason van Breda lying in third place. You can just see under braking, Caden a little bit more comfortable with the drive. Close up, goes out a little bit wide into what they call pit entry. A for our main circuit here at Formula K. Loses out the drive through the hairpin. Ryan van Niekerk puts his front bearing underneath Caden Roberts yet again. Not able to go and fight it out though. We'll have to back down from that fight. Other than our top three currently on the screen, we have got Tyler Morgan in 4th place, Troy Tonkin, Kalen Swart, along with Arno Rasmus, Sean Portman and Jared J. Penn in 9th position. All still circulating at this time. Our closest battle out on circuit is 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Jason van Breda, Caden Roberts and Ryan van Niekerk as it stands. Ryan van Niekerk has got everything to play for in terms of putting performance out, because he's going to be representing and represent South Africa and heading over to the Red Bull Rookie Cup next year for 2024, and so he wants to try and carry as much momentum as possible. Here today, Caden Robert though looking to go and score the championship win for the 150s and get ahead of Jason van Breda. Jason is looking to try and get his championship to improve his run and his standings. Has got everything to play for. So every single one of these riders trying to push themselves a little bit more. Caden Robert though carrying momentum through as he carries the drive. Just managing to eke out ahead. And Caden Robert also heading over for the Red Bull Rookies Cup in 2024. So he's battling out with Ryan van Niekerk right behind him. And these two will be battling out overseas next year, representing South Africa. So going in, testing each other before the Red Bull Rookies Cup coming up. So what better way to do that than being part of the SA Short Circuit Series, where it's all about developing young rider skills and skills of everyone for a competition here for the SA Short Circuit Series racing for bikes. Caden Roberts closing down the distance, loses it out under braking once again, because it just does look like Jason van Breda is a little bit more settled. Caden is going out very wide every single step away. He's just going out a little bit too far and having to slow himself down a little bit too much. And that allows Ryan van Niekerk to come up behind him. So Ryan van Niekerk is going to keep up the charge, seeing the mistakes. Now this is where he knows Caden Robert runs out wide towards the whole pit lane. And there it is. You can see how Caden goes out wide. Ryan locks him in and gets past. So one mistake over lap after lap after lap coming into play. Caden Robert eventually running out of road for himself, and that allowed Ryan van Niekerk to get past him. Now Ryan gets a chance back at Jason van Breda for 1st place. So 1st, 2nd and 3rd, all so close to one another. Caden Robert trying to make a little bit of time. He's closing down the distance. Ryan van Niekerk's going to look around the outside, not close enough just as yet. Can he go a fraction later under braking? Goes out wide, comes back trying to get this thing shot out of the hairpin. Takes a look behind him just to see where Caden Robert is. Caden Robert looking behind, just seeing if he's got some room. Realizing, yep, I got some room to play with here. Now I can focus on the charge at hand. Ryan van Niekerk trying to take a little bit of a wider entry to go and try and cut underneath Jason van Breda. So just trying to figure out how to carry that little bit more corner momentum than his competitors. Take a wider line, compromise your entry into the corner, but then tighten it all up going through the middle and exit. So having to play a little bit of roulette here, figure out what's going to work, roll the dice. Are you going to come up perfect, or are you going to get a little bit of snake eyes as they fight their way through? Jason van Breda though soaking up the pressure as it stands. He had Caden Roberts on the back of him. Now he's got Ryan van Niekerk all over the back of him. So the two Red Bull Rookie Cup riders for 2024 all over the back of Jason van Breda, who is no slouch behind the handlebars, winning multiple championships here in South Africa, and also following in the name, the van Breda name, going and winning championships. So getting a win today would be a massive, massive feat. One of the riders going out very wide out of the hairpin just to go and allow a bit of room for our 1st, 2nd and 3rd to get by. But 1st and 2nd is currently what we're seeing on screen. Jason van Breda out in 1st. 2nd is Ryan van Niekerk, who's closing down the distance. Yellow flag being waved, so one of the riders going and having an unfortunate breakdown. That caused the yellows to come out, and overtaking just as that. But Ryan van Niekerk, I don't think, was looking for any fast maneuvers there. That does give him a little bit of a chance to close up the distance under braking. looks up on the inside, not able to do it. Going to have to carry the momentum through. Not going to be able to use the same tactic as he used on Caden Roberts as they maneuver their way down the hill. Straight down to the bottom into the short right-hander. Carry the momentum through that change of camber. Very, very difficult. You can see Ryan van Niekerk having to correct his way. Looks up on the inside, tries to force Jason offline. A little bit between the two, and Jason going and getting a little bit more out of shape. He's able to come back though, looks around the outside, and Ryan van Niekerk puts his elbows out. These two are properly going hammer and tongs at one another, fighting it out tooth and nail into the hairpin. Ryan van Niekerk just managing to eke out ahead of the likes of Jason van Bedar at the moment. Really trying to carry that extra bit of momentum, trying everything they can to get a little bit faster, a little bit closer as they start running out of time. One lap to go, and both these riders know what's on the line for Heat 1, trying to figure out what's going to work. Jason van Bedar looks the outside, gets closed off, right up against the rear of Ryan van Niekerk, looks up against the inside, not able to get it just as yet, going to have to drop into the toe, but running out of time here. Jason van Bedar is really going to send it on the inside of Ryan van Niekerk. Ryan is going and riding with knees out, elbows out, everything he can, making himself as wide as possible through the short right-hander. Now to carry the momentum through the infield, powering their way around, and only 4 corners to go. Looks like Ryan van Niekerk, if he can keep up this momentum, will be okay. 2 corners, 1 corner, up to checkered flag. Ryan van Niekerk taking first place, Jason van Bedar in second, Caden Roberts will be ending in third. So what a race it has been. So let's take a look at our provisional results, as we've got Ryan van Niekerk, Jason van Bedar, Caden Robert, Arno Erasmus, Troy Tonkin, Callum Sawyer, Jared J. Penn, Tyler Morgan, and Sean Portman going and rounding out our field. And what a race it was. Next up though, now that we've had our 150 Cup and 150 Senior done and dusted, we'll be seeing them a little bit later today. Next up is going to be our SM Junior 50cc's. They're going to be stomping around the circuit and showing off their skills. So it's absolutely going to be incredible stuff. Our SM Junior 50cc for the SA Short Circuit Series will be coming up next. Absolutely enjoy it. So let's actually take a look at our sponsors. Without them, we wouldn't be able to have this season of racing, and also the live stream coming to you guys at home and also here at the racetrack. Big thank you to the 357 AN Racing, Enerjade, along with DSTV, G&G Sales Training Institute, Motor City Auto Spares, Nexo, Spaniard. A big thank you to it, and also big thank you to our Live X Productions team bringing the live stream from Formula K for round number 6 of the SA Short Circuit Series. Next up is for our SM Junior 50cc, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back. Saw a beautiful shot of Formula K, the entire circuit being shown off, and you can see how technical the track really is. Also with a lot of high-speed cornering that allows you to carry the momentum through, but also very, very tight corners, which relies on the riders just getting that ideal line every single time to ensure they can close off the apexes and not be caught out right down to the wire. But it's time for our SM Juniors 50cc making their way around the circuit. They're going to be lining up on the line, racing around our short circuit. And it will be Keaton Diaga, Ethan De Vries, Blake Robert and Monitz Otten that will be lining up on the grid. Keaton Diaga out in first place, did set the fastest lap time of 49.30 ahead of Ethan De Vries doing a 50.386. Blake Roberts a 59.358 and Monitz Otten with a 59.923. So keep an eye on it. And across the line they go as the flag waves, and it does look like Keaton Diaga off to a great start down into turn one, opening up the gap to Ethan De Vries early on. Ethan now trying to get a little bit more of a charge. Now what we've seen between these two is Ethan does not like qualifying so much, but he does enjoy the race. He's able to give the chase and closing right back onto the back of Keaton Diaga, who is trying to run away. As you would see, there was also a yellow and red striped flag. That means change of surface, because they picked up either oil or water there that's been cleaned up. So it's to warn the riders that there is a change of surface. It may get a little bit slippery. Take caution and when you're entering. But for these SM Junior 50cc riders, they will take everything in their stride. They're here to show off their skills. And you can see how close the racing is for first and second at the moment. Does look like Keaton starting to open up the distance away from Ethan De Vries at the moment, going and putting a 0.5 of a second behind Blake Roberts, also trying to close down the distance in third place, with Monitz Otten going and rounding out our field. But first and second keeping very, very close between one another. And you can see how Ethan's trying to utilize that inside line, trying to carry the momentum through to slingshot his way a little bit closer to Keaton Diaga. He was faster on the last lap from the start, a 51.676, while Keaton Diaga did a 51.712 as they battle their way around. And out over in the grandstands as well, just taking a look at our virtual grandstands, we got Luca Capiconi going and saying great race. Ryan, that was for our earlier race. So welcome to everyone in our virtual grandstands, not only here in our physical grandstands at the circuit of Formula K. Oh, very, very wide. Ethan just going and taking a little bit too much, and that's cost him a severe amount of time. Now, a lot of people think that you keep a very wide line with these 50cc bikes. You actually take a little bit of a tighter line all the way through, because the wider you go, the more of the circuit you're adding, the more time can be lost. So it's kind of a play where you have to utilize what's going to work for you, what's going to be best at this moment. Keaton Diaga starting to open up the distance away from Ethan De Vries in second place, and you could see the gap starting to build little by little just by that camera shot alone. Now into turn one as they start making their way down the hill into the hairpin, hard onto the brakes, carry the momentum through. This is where we've seen Ethan go out very, very wide, as he does so again. Keaton Diaga keeping a much more tight line and is able to carry the momentum through a little bit better. So just a little bit of a difference in riding style, making it so as they fight their way around the circuit, each of them battling, doing everything that they can to maneuver their way around here at Formula K, ticking off the laps for heat one. And it's getting blazingly hot out here, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading up to about 32 degrees plus, so it's just getting warmer and warmer for our riders, and especially sitting in leathers on this circuit. If we say it's about 30 degrees on circuit, out on the track you're going to be facing up to 35 degrees plus. Add a bit of leathers to it, and these riders are starting to get very, very warm, despite being in open air just by riding around with all the airflow around them, they're still just getting warmer and warmer, and also the temperature coming off the engine between their legs now going and starting to build up as well. That heats up the leathers. So this is a ride of who can keep up the pace for a longer time, who's got the endurance to beat the weather, to beat the heat as they maneuver their way around. But it does look like Keaton Diaga out in first place, going and putting in a phenomenal lap time on his last lap. A 49.862 was his last lap. Wasn't the fastest though. His fastest lap was before, doing 49.493 to break away. Ethan De Vries doing his best lap time of a 49.808 on that last lap. So he is trying to close down the distance, slowly but surely, to Keaton Diaga at the moment. Now they're starting to catch up to one of our back markers. That is going to be Monitz Otten. Otten now needs to keep his head on his shoulders, as he's going to have Keaton Diaga look for a way to get by it. Looks around the outside, switches back, goes up on the inside, does force Otten slightly off apex. And Otten just having to be a little bit cautious there. Keaton Diaga does not want to get caught up in any traffic at the moment, because he does know Ethan De Vries will close the gap down. So Ethan focusing on his charge at the moment, going around the outside, switches back to the inside, just can't get the same drive up the hill looking at it. And that tells a little bit of a story. That might be due to he's a little bit heavier than a couple of the other riders. He just can't get the power down as early as needed, but is able to carry the momentum through the corners. That's helping him hold second place at the moment and still keep our first place man Keaton Diaga just within arm's reach, as they're on their last lap now, being shown off by our Kyle Army Marshals. A big thank you to our KMA team coming out and being out in the sun, along with our medics as well. In essence, really early in the morning, around about 5 o'clock, setting everything up and also dealing with the heat all the way through. A thankless job, but at the same time a much needed one for our marshals, and a massive thank you to them. Out in front though, Keaton Diaga leading out the charge. Couple of more corners to go, and he will be taking the checker flag for Heat 1. Going to be going and stretching a championship lead. Comes across the line. Heat 1 done and dusted. Keaton Diaga, Ethan De Vries taking second place. Blake Robert in third. Monitz Otten will be taking fourth place from what I can see, but let's see for everyone to come across the line. As our riders just making their way around, it looks like it may be everything that's needed, and I think this means we can actually take a look at our provisional results. Keaton Diaga taking first place, Ethan De Vries taking second, Blake Roberts, and then Monitz Otten taking fourth place overall. Absolutely tremendous stuff from our SM Junior 50cc. Next up though, we're going to be moving on to our hooligans, our SM1 and SM1S coming up next. Don't go anywhere. It's time for our loud and proud riders to get onto the circuit and cause absolute havoc while they slide around and destroy the brand new set of rubber they've just put on. Absolutely amazing. Best way to go and sort out the tires? Well, give them to our hooligans from the SM1 and SM1S. They'll definitely wear them down enough that's a bit more fun. You might walk away with a few flat spots, but let's find out coming up next here at Formula K for round 6 of our SA Short Circuit Series. All right, and well, off to a bit of a chaotic start as our riders just discovering that there's a bit of cement on the ground, and that was because earlier there was a little bit of oil that was put down on the circuit, but all the riders have to take note of it. A couple of them, well, deciding to heat up their tires a little bit early, landed up with a world of problems, but everyone's able to get themselves going. They were caught off guard, but all well that ends well at this point. So as our riders begin to line up, they will be getting ready to have an absolute ball. Our SM1, our SM1S, also called our Hooligans. Aston Nesbitt in first place, Ryan van Niekerk in second, Darren Kruger in third, and Christian Carvello in fourth place will be taking the charge. Kruger being one of the newer riders on our SM1S. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do. So riders going and waiting, just taking note that there is a cement on the ground. Everyone having to work out what are they going to do. Slowly getting cooler tires, not ideally what you want, and I can tell you that the wind's starting to pick up here by our live productions tent, our little booth that we've got all set up. I can tell you we're all just enjoying the wind coming through. As soon as the wind stops, that's where it gets a little bit caught out. So they've been told to do one more warm-up. You can see a little bit of a wheelie going on from our front patch as they maneuver their way through. So just getting used to the circuit once again, get to know where all the patches are of a change of surface, which is sitting a little bit on the racing line. So Ryan van Niekerk and Aston Nesbitt are first out, and you can see them going, just pushing the boundaries a little bit, trying to see where exactly the grip is. Giving a bit of a show. And now it's into the hairpin that caught them out the last time. Trying to see how wide this patch is and where it is. Smack bang on the apexes, so they have to be very, very aware of that. You can see every single one of the riders that got caught out just pointing out, saying, look, it's over there. Got to make sure that something is on. Now they're going and parking on the grid and just chatting to a couple of the guys, chatting to the production team here. They're actually going and pointing out that the riders are going to have to take a very, very tight line, since the change of surface is on the apex that can cause out a loss. So all the riders are going to have to really focus in and try and get onto the curbing as much as possible. And the way they go, Aston Nesbitt off to a great start. Ryan van Niekerk trying to do everything he can, closing up on the inside, going to look around the outside. Darren also making a little bit more of a drive. He's keeping nice and close to them on the acceleration out. Then Christian Carvello also doing everything he can to keep up with the field as they make their way through. Remember, they've just done a two warm-up laps, and get to discover where all the change of surfaces are, and now is race time. And let's see if it's all remembered, and that's going to be playing through the guys' head. They're going to be thinking, what's going to be the opportunity here? Hard onto the brakes, trying to go slow it down and almost to a dead stop from Aston Nesbitt and Ryan van Niekerk. Also Christian Carvello and Darren Kruger going and stopping dead as well. They just all being so cautious, and knowing that you can either take the risk and leap it up on the inside, but you may end up with your fellow rider going and taking a trip into the weeds. So you've got to be so careful of that. Ryan van Niekerk trying to go around the outside. Aston Nesbitt, our defending champion, now going and fighting out, doing everything he can. Ryan van Niekerk going and showing his ability against Aston Nesbitt. Now remember, Ryan van Niekerk at the start of the year was invited by Aston Nesbitt and the SM1s to come and have a bit of fun, to really put up a fight. And I think at the same time Aston Nesbitt dreaded having the likes of Ryan van Niekerk coming in and showing what he can do. Was hoping that would be nice and simple, didn't realize that Ryan would put so much pressure onto him. So now Aston looking to maintain his championship and keep ahead of the young gun of Ryan van Niekerk, who's going very late on the brakes, locking it up, trying everything he can to slow it down before it gets to the cement that is out on the circuit, that was to soak up any fluid such as oil or water, battling their way through. And you can hear how much they're having to slow it down. Ryan van Niekerk looks on the inside, just can't get on the inside of Aston Nesbitt over just yet. Through the infield, you can see keeping very, very close, nearly having his knee right up against the rear tyre of Aston Nesbitt, trying to get as close as possible to carry the momentum through, but just enough that forces Aston to look a different direction, to just lose that concentration. All he needs is that split second, that little millimeter of a gap between himself and Aston Nesbitt to get by. Aston, on the other hand, wants to try and break away, start opening up and getting away from the likes of Ryan van Niekerk. Then you've got Darren Kruger out in third place, who's dealing with Christian Carvello as they fight a little bit further back. That fast lap time was Aston Nesbitt, a 1:11.295, and you can see how late they're having to brake. Aston Nesbitt not getting a drive they wanted though, and Ryan van Niekerk says thank you very much, locks it and goes. And Aston Nesbitt, who had to come to a stop, get himself organized and get going back on throttle, has now lost over a second's worth of distance between himself and Ryan van Niekerk, who is now leading out our SM1 and SM1S. So now it's up to Ryan van Niekerk to go and pull away. Aston Nesbitt, on the other hand, trying his best, sliding it round to get a little bit closer to Ryan van Niekerk and maybe, just maybe, return the favor of going into the corner and push Ryan out onto the less ideal line. I'd say it's part of the ideal line, but that's usually when there's no cement and no extras added, just a whole lot of rubber. Our riders really pushing what they can do. Boundaries at the moment being broken. Aston Nesbitt trying to get a little bit more momentum as Ryan van Niekerk carrying the drive. Ryan getting a little bit sideways. You can see having to correct himself as well, coming out of the hairpin. That's starting to play into the minds of all the riders. How hard can we actually push it? So our riders now really trying to close down the distance between one another, fighting it out. But first and second seems like they've opened up the gap between one another. So let's see how the race is going to continue. A little bit further back though, we do have the likes of Christian Carvello and Kruger. They're also putting up a monster fight between one another. There's a beautiful shot of down the hairpin. That was our turn 2. Our leader going and opening up a monster gap, 2.6 seconds. But here we go, third and fourth. Christian Carvello and Kruger are going at one another. Darren trying to get underneath, looks to go on the inside, not able to get it just as yet. Christian trying to pull himself away. Darren just focusing on the charge, right up against the rear of him, pushing as hard as he can. Now needs to carry the momentum all the way through. As they go past the plane, now into the sharp hairpin. This is where they've got to be very cautious. Christian goes out wide, loses out the drive. Darren says thank you very much, takes the opportunity, and now starts to open up the distance between himself and Christian. So Christian now needs to try and get the hammer down and close down the distance. But once again, we've seen that hairpin go and decide the fate of the position, where you just lose out so much drive because you can't get back onto the power. There's no traction there, and you have to try and fight your way through. Our riders now starting to open up the distance to one another. And now it's about keeping the momentum. It's about keeping the rhythm that you started with right the way through. Here at Formula K, it's not going to be an easy feat, as our riders need to push the boundaries. Sliding the bikes, you hear them in the background, of just pushing themselves that little bit harder, locking up the brakes trying to dig deep at the moment. But Ryan van Niekerk leading out the field. Aston Nesbitt in second. 5 laps to go though. And in 5 laps, anything can happen. Under braking. It does look like Darren's going and losing up that little bit of time. So tries to get a little bit more drive underneath him. Christian trying to close down the distance as they fight their way through. 4 laps to go of our Heat 1 of our SM1 and SM1S at the moment. And it's still turning into a bit of a monstrous fight. Ryan van Niekerk though managing to open a 5.4 second gap to Aston Nesbitt. Aston Nesbitt losing time every step of the way. And looking at his lap times, he's actually lost about a second between himself and Ryan van Niekerk. Ryan's last lap time was a 1:11.198, while Aston Nesbitt did a 1:13.6. Taking a look at Darren Kruger though, here we see on screen, doing a 1:14.6, so getting a little bit closer, second off our second place man, and Christian Carvello doing a 1:15.9, so nearly 2 seconds off the likes of Aston Nesbitt. But Ryan van Niekerk is keeping up a monstrous pace right now. Slowly wearing himself out though. That is what Aston's banking on right now. Kruger going very, very late under the brakes and trying everything he can, sliding the bike around, really focusing on the charge. And Christian closing down that distance little by little. They've got to ensure keep up the momentum, keep up the drive as they fight their way around Formula K, being one of the most technical circuits, or one of the very, very few technical circuits with a mixture of outright straight line pace, which we've seen benefits such as like the 85s being able to really open up and show what they can do. SM1 and SM1S though being all pretty much the same. Now, to let you know, an SM1 is a slightly modified version of our SM1S. SM1S is our SM1 class. Those are the Husky as a stock class. Right, SM1S are, well, SM1 is a modified class. So to give them a little bit more pace, give them a little bit more of a run. As you can see under braking though, it looks like Christian's come back for a fight, and Darren on the other hand starting to lose time. Under braking, looking less comfortable. Now I think maybe he's just worn himself out. Last lap time was terrible, 1:15.5, and that's allowed Christian to close down the gap to him. Now Christian right into the toe, going to pull himself along. You can see the two of them are going to slug it out with 2 laps to go. Christian's not going to back out of the fight just as yet. He's going to keep into the toe. Nice and tight. Looks underneath the rear wheel. Not able to get by. A little bit squirrely under braking, but he's able to keep up the momentum. Now down into the hairpin. Turn 2. Looks on the inside. Just not close enough to capitalize on it. That is going to filter back. Get the drive and try and chase down. This is a battle for third place. 3rd and 4th respectively, so there is everything to play for both riders right now. As they fight their way around the circuit, you can see Christian right up against the rear wheel, trying to push harder and harder. Now we're getting into the hairpin that's gone very, very dreaded for these riders, and it does look like Darren's just able to slow it down just enough to keep himself at bay. But Christian's not going to back out of it just as yet. Keeps the drive up. Right underneath the rear wheel. Going to push a little bit harder. Down to the bottom of the course. He's able to keep it all in check now through the infield. They will be seeing that they will be starting their final lap. So our leader making his way through. And that is the likes of Ryan van Niekerk leading out the field. He's done a phenomenal job to break away from Aston Nesbitt. Put an 8-second gap between himself and second place, which is monstrous in terms of distance. And is going to have Aston scratching his head trying to figure out what does he need to do come Heat 2 to close down the gap between himself and the protege Ryan van Niekerk. So here comes Ryan van Niekerk through the infield. 1 corner to go. And Ryan van Niekerk taking heat 1 for our SM1S and SM1s. Second place will be Aston Nesbitt, but taking a look for third and fourth place, it's a monster of a fight. Christian ahead of Darren. Darren trying to do everything he can, gets into tow. Christian managing to open up the distance. Darren's going to try and fight back as they maneuver their way through. Now into the infield. Only a couple of corners before they see that checkered flag. You can see both compressing as hard as they can onto the front to ensure it does not lift. Trying to utilize all the grip possible. Christian going to go out a little bit wide though, and you can see Darren try capitalizing for that inside line, but just compromises his exit. So Christian taking third place and Darren taking first. But let's take a look at our provisional class results. And Ryan van Niekerk taking first place, followed by Aston Nesbitt, Christian Carvello taking third, and for our SM1S, Darren Kruger going and taking first place, but also keeping very, very close to the likes of Christian. Fantastic racing for our SM1 and SM1S, and that will conclude our Heat 1s for the day, done and dusted. Next up though, we will be moving on to our Heat 2s, which will be our novice and Pee-wee 50s, coming up next. There we go, our youngsters all lining up for Heat 2, the start of Heat 2, Mini Moto, Novice and Pee-wee 50. You can see a little bit of directions being pointed out to our riders. Just saying, all right, you need to think fast, you need to think hard about this. We need to capitalize on some positions. So Monotsatum getting a bit of an explanation from the family saying, listen, dig deep, think big, think fast. And all our young riders are going to battle it out. Beautiful shot. You can see all lined up ready to go. Remember, they're starting on these little Pee-wee 50s. They build up their racing career. And I talk about these youngsters being about 4 years old. I'm not even joking. Incredibly quick more than happy to put their knee on the ground and get fighting. They will have to get a little bit of a run start to just try and help these PB50 motors go, and then focus on keeping the momentum. Monitz Otten out in first place, Tanner Oosthuizen and AJ Venter all looking to get a little bit more of a run. James Najmeyer in fourth place, Declan Skuman, Tebel Mafukate, Xander De Toy will go battle out. Chris Tellitz, Liam Bronkhorst and Jaco Kutsi will be going and battling their way to the top, and away they go for the start of Heat 2, and it does look like Monitz Otten off to a grand start to try and get a jump on the rest of the field. Tanner Oosthuizen's got AJ Venter keeping close for company as they now far the way through down into the hairpin, turn 2 at the bottom of the circuit, carrying the momentum through. We saw in Heat 1 how close the racing could be between AJ Venter, Tanner Oosthuizen, who went and duked it out. Monitz Otten also didn't run away too far. We'll have to bear that in mind as he powers his way through. The wind starting to pick up though from the top, so it means as they're maneuvering their way up the hill, they will be getting a bit of a draft blowing through, which can upset their ride a little bit. So you've got to make sure you're either going to line yourself up for the slipstream, or you're going to have to get buffeted by the wind, because it's now side on for them. So as they really trying to keep it all together, they're getting pushed to the right hand side of the circuit. They're having to counter that balance and really focus on the charge. Down the hill they go, going to start getting a tailwind and maneuvering their way past. Beautiful riding by our youngsters. Monitz Otten out to the grand start ahead of everyone. Second place does look like it's going to start heating up between AJ Venter, Tanner Oosthuizen and Chris Tellitz again. They are keeping so close to one another. So there is Monitz Otten out on screen. Second, third and fourth are also starting to close up a little bit behind him. They were 4 seconds behind. So it's something to bear in mind with just keeping the momentum at this point. And they're also being notified of the change of service. So the riders having to just bear that in mind on the apex. They haven't got as much grip as they would like. But here is a bit of a ice building up. This is Tanner Oosthuizen and Chris Tellitz. And Chris doing everything he can to close down on the back of Tanner, who is doing everything he can to keep it all together. Tanner looking left and right, defending as much as possible. Chris going to look for the inside line, unable to do it just as yet. Going to switch around to the outside, goes out wide. Going to come back for the slingshot though. Gets around, still on the outside, just not having that same drive. So he would like to keep that momentum up. As now they head into the hairpin, hard onto the brakes, looks on the inside once again, just unable to get by. Tanner Oosthuizen ensuring he's locking down that position. AJ Venter in second place, now starting to open up the gap for our battle in third. Chris going and opening up a little bit of an interesting line down at the bottom, taking a very wide line and choosing to do that from the middle between the corners. So there's that short straight right before he enters the next corner. He goes out wide and he comes back in, trying to utilize as much of the track surface as possible for a slingshot, but does compromise on his entry speed. And he has to be well aware of that. Does help on the exits, but not by much as he gets right behind Tanner, who's really trying to force the point. Goes to the middle of the circuit once again to ensure that the line is covered off. So the ideal line always getting blocked out and forcing Chris to pick either inside or outside, with trying to guess what Tanner is going to do. So Tanner trying to utilize getting in his opponent's head at the moment. Chris on the other hand trying to utilize as much as the momentum to go and slingshot past. Not able to do it just as yet. Going to keep tight into the toe. Goes out a little bit wide. Will this help him do the slingshot up the hill? Having to change line. Not able to do it. Yep, changing his line halfway through. And that might be because he's carrying a little bit too much momentum. Then ideally he wants to try and slow that a little bit down. But these riders going and showing off tremendous skill. But take a look. Does look like Tanner went out wide. Chris says thank you very much. And they are going to fight it out between one another. So just at losing out a little bit of pace, going out a little bit wide, sets them up for a bit of a problem for third and fourth. So from fifth place down, there's also the guys are starting to build up a bit of a train. So first place, Monitz Otten, AJ Fenter, Tanner Westhays and Chris Tellitz keeping up. But a little bit further behind, we have got a train building up, and that is Jaco Kutsi, along with James Nijmir, along with Tebo Mafakati, Liam Bronkhurst, Xander Toy and Declan Skuman, all keeping into tow. So they are fighting their way through, keeping a very, very close gap between them, and you can see how Yaku is under pressure. James looks up on the inside, sneaks on by. These two have been trading positions throughout the race, and that has been allowing Tebo Mafakate to close down the distance to him, and the likes of Liam Bronkhurst as they claw their way through the train, getting bigger and bigger, getting faster and faster as they're utilizing each other's slipstreams the whole time, trying to figure out what's going to work out for them. Let's see what they will be able to do with only one lap to go. Monitz Otten leading out the field, AJ Fenter in second, Tanner Westhays and Jaco Kutsi and James currently fighting it out, alongside Tebo Mafakate also carrying a little bit momentum. He's trying to improve his lap times as well, get closer to the train. These youngsters, every single one of them trying to push each other that little bit more. Tebo Mafakate getting ahead of Xander Detoy, Liam Bronkhurst and Declan Skuman moving up, and does look like Chris Tellitz has dropped off a bit, so he's come off the train somewhere. They're out in first place. Monitz Otten taking the checkered flag for Heat 2 of our Mini Motor Novice and Pee-wee 50. Second place going to AJ Fenter, and at this point it looks like Tanner Westhazen will be taking third place. James, who's currently fighting out for fifth place, has got Tibble right behind him as they claw their way through. Every single one of the riders trying to push themselves that little bit harder. Each of them going and trying to get a little bit more of a run. Jaco Kutsi doing everything he can to break away from the train that's happening. James and Tebo also late on the brakes, trying to get up on the inside, unable to do so, and coming across the line goes to Jaco Kutsi along with James Manchi in fifth, Tebo Mafakate in sixth, Xander Detoy in seventh. But let's take a look at our provisional results as Monitz Otten takes a win. AJ Fenter, Tanner Westhays and Jaco Kutsi. James, along with Tebo Mafakate, Xander Detoy, Liam Bronkhurst, Declan Skuman and Chris Tellitz rounding out in 10th position. What a race for our riders, and our marshals doing a little bit more work trying to clear up the circuit. They've been working rather frantically trying to keep it all clean, trying to keep it all sorted and ensure the safety of our riders. A big shout out to our marshals. Gotta say, a tireless job that they're doing over there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely incredible stuff. While this is being said, we've got to also go and while we're giving thanks to our marshals, let's give thanks to our sponsors for making it all possible for the SA Short Circuit Series here in 2023, and also this beautiful live production brought to you by LiveX. So big thank you to the 357 AN Racing, along with Enerjade, DSTV, G&G Sales Training Institute, Motor City Auto Spares, Nexo, and last but not least, big thank you to Spaniard joining us after being out at Polokwane. So beautiful shot here at Formula K in Boksburg. It is blazingly hot here on the circuit, and I know that a couple of guys are sitting with the sunscreen on, busy hydrating, and we're going to be having a bit of fun. Next up though will be our SM2s, our hooligans in training. We saw some amazing battles with them earlier on, so let's see what they will be able to do. Coming up next, right here for the SA Short Circuit Series, round 6 at Formula K. All right, our SM2s lined up, ready to go, revving it up, and away they go. Now keep an eye on Lewin and Ruben Vetzman. Remember, they did battle with Troy Tonkin also going and getting involved in the fight as well. But Lewin ultimately getting the win when Ruben came off the bike. Let's see if there's going to be any challenge come this time around. Troy Tonkin lying in third place, trying to make up some ground. He also went off circuit, had to try and make up a few positions, but out in front does look like it's Ruben Vetzman. Lewin giving chase, Troy Tonkin very close behind, is going to really push it down the distance as they make their way through. Saw a little bit of work being done on the hairpin by our marshals, just giving it a little bit of a sweep and a clean just to ensure the safety. And well, there we go, one of the riders getting a little bit too much rotation, losing out the drive, and also going and losing out the grip. So we'll try and keep an eye on who exactly that was. But Lewin and Ruben are going to fight each other out. Troy Tonkin lying in third place. Ruben leading out the charge. Lewin with the blue helmet is right behind in second place. Fighting their way through. Ruben trying to go a little bit late on the brakes. Lewin right underneath him, trying to force him to sit up and get out of position. Troy Tonkin's going to keep up the drive though and keep them in mind as they fight their way around the circuit for Heat 2 of our SM2s. I think that might have been Mitch Mortimer that lost a bit of drive. We'll find out when everyone has crossed the line. Either that or it might have been Sheldon. No, it was Mitch Mortimer that came off. So Ruben now leading the charge. Lewin right behind him. Lewin trying to go a little bit late on the brakes. Looks for the inside line. Second guess it. Knows that the corner isn't up to grip yet, and it's not going to take a risk, so he's just going to try to carry the momentum, taking a very tight line. Troy Tonkin in third place is going to try and chase him down. Ruben Vetzman, no, not hanging around at the moment. He's trying to open up the distance between himself and the rest of the field, followed by Sean Peterson, Mitch Mortimer, Sean Peterson, Sebastian, there you go. Sheldon Nassif and Mitch Mortimer in 7th place after his little bit of a problem. He's up and going and trying to close down on the field. First and second though, extremely close. The Vetterman brothers going and fighting out. No team orders between these two other than who's got the front seat going home. And it does look like Lewin is not going to back down from Ruben at this point. Talk about knowing your rider, your fellow competitor from inside out. Well, these two have been competing from all the way from in the room right to the circuit at this point. And Ruben leading out the charge, Lewin doing everything he can to keep the momentum right behind, taking a little bit of an easier line than Ruben. As he pointed out, Ruben's got a little bit more of an aggressive riding style. They nearly lost out the rear on the exit. Lewin's a little bit more gentle, taking that little bit more of a coast into the corners, which does lose him out the drive going down the hill, as he's not immediately back onto the power compared to his brother. Troy Tonkin though is trying to close down the distance to him. Sean Peterson, Sheldon Nassif and Sebastiano are also working with one another to try and make up some ground. Mitch Mortimer, who had the fall, now trying to pick up his pace. As our leaders make their way through, they will be completing yet another lap. So 5 laps to go, and you can see Ruben having to take a very tight line, getting more and more defensive, knowing that Lewin's going to keep hunting down that apex and looking to try and push him off it. Lewin, on the other hand, might be switching up the gears a little bit, going and relaxing off the throttle, allowing it to go, and then suddenly going back for a slingshot. So trying a different tactic to at least get a little bit more corner momentum underneath him, while Ruben, on the other hand, is going to be riding with a brick wall. Both these young riders hoping to push themselves a little bit harder. Come here's him too, and oh, Ruben goes down. Ruben going and losing the rear. He does go down. Lewin gets the drive, and Lewin's going to start accelerating and try and break away. Ruben's able to get going once again, but that does drop him into the clutches of Troy Tonkin. So now Troy Tonkin's going to do everything he can to close up the distance, seeing that Ruben has just fallen away from the battle. So second and third are going and keeping a close battle between one another. A little bit further back, we do have Sean Peterson going and battling out with Sheldon Nassif as he comes round, and Sebastiano getting involved. So there is Sebastiano keeping the pressure onto the back of Sheldon. Sheldon trying to carry a little bit more corner momentum to catch up to Sean just ahead of him. So this is turning into a bit of a 3-pack race. And you can see Sebastiano looks for that inside line, couldn't make it stick though. It's right up against Sheldon, and Sheldon's not going to back down from this one. As they head down into the hairpin, Sheldon taking a very tight line, is able to keep it, and we'll have to focus on the charge at hand. So Troy Tonkin in third, then Sheldon Nassif, Sean Peterson and Sebastiano. So as it stands, we're keeping a very close eye. This is Sean Peterson and Sebastiano that are fighting each other, as they close down the distance. Sebastiano focusing on what he needs to do to try and get a little bit closer. Mitch Mortimer also starting to close down on the train as well. So Mitch looking to try and get back into the fight. Leading up the charge though, Lewin Vetterman out in first place. Second, Ruben Vetterman, followed by Troy Tonkin, Sheldon Nassif, along with Sean Peterson, Sebastiano and Mitch Mortimer. They are going at one another. You can see Mitch Mortimer just came into shot. That's green and black being very distinctive for Mitch Mortimer, as he came off his bike, recovered, and now managed to close down the distance between himself and Sebastiano just ahead of him. Sebastiano going on the attack of Sean just ahead of him. So let's see if Sean can go a little bit more defensive at this moment to hold back the young gun Sebastiano. He is not going to back out for it. 3 laps to go though, so the riders are going to have to focus on the charge. Under braking. You can see how hard they're going to force each other to go through the corner. Mitch Mortimer onto the back end, And take a look, Sebastiano going to get pushed out wide. Mitch Mortimer looks to the inside line. It does look like Sean Peterson goes out wide. So Sean loses out a bit of drive. Sebastiano can capitalize. Mitch Mortimer looks up on the inside. These three are going to take the fight to one another. 5th, 6th and 7th all going and keeping a very close eye to one another. Mitch Mortimer does look to go around the outside. Couldn't make it stick just as yet. Going to carry the momentum through. Right up against the rear wheel of like of Sebastiano. Sebastiano over the hill, trying to go a little bit later on the brakes. Has got Mitch Mortimer trying to go around the outside. He holds a very defensive line though as he goes on the attack. Sean Peterson not able to go and get away. Sean needing to just try and find a little bit more throttle to try and close down the distance, or close the distance to the likes of Sheldon ahead of him and break away from Sebastiano and Mitch, who are right behind them. 2 laps to go though, so time is running out. Riders are starting to get tired as they work their way through. Mitch Mortimer looks up on the inside once again, couldn't make it stick. Sebastiano going very, very defensive, able to keep going. Mitch though goes around the outside, 1, 2, and makes it stick. My heavens, 2 positions in 1 corner, and now Sean losing out the drive. Sebastian coming past him. So Sebastiano now moving up a position. Sean Peterson though losing out the drive. Mitch Mortimer gets all types of squirrely as he tries to get back onto the throttle. He is on a proper charge to go after Sheldon just ahead. So Mitch Mortimer through 1 corner wins and got 2 positions. My heavens, well done. Absolutely well done. Around the outside of all things. Now keeping up the momentum over the hump, fighting his way through as they battle their way. And Lewin Witzman coming up the hill now. Will be heading to the airplane. So Lewin Witzman will be looking at getting that checkered flag. There he is, the blue helmet. As our riders try and battle their way through. Final lap, final corners. There is Lewin Witzman. He's done everything that's needed. Will be looking at taking the checkered flag, making it 2 out of 3. And sitting with a bit of a smile on his face. Lewin looking across the circuit, seeing where all the competitors are. Lewin taking 1st place as he comes across the line. 2nd place though, still a battle, and it does look like it's going to be a battle right to the wire. Troy Tonkin taking 2nd right at the end, 1 corner to go, and Ruben Witzman in 3rd place. So they drag raced all the way through, but Ruben just not having the same drive. So absolutely incredible stuff. Well done on the riding from every single one of our riders for our SM2 class. But let's go and take a look at the provisional results. And there it stands. Ruben Witzman out in... That seems to be slightly out of order, actually. Just try see if we can get that. So there we go. Lewin Witzman out in 1st place. Troy Tonkin taking 2nd place. Just drag racing into the line ahead of Ruben Witzman, Sheldon Nassif, Mitch Mortimer, Sebastiano Diagro, along with Sean Peterson, rounding out our field for our SM2s. Beautiful race. Well done to all our riders. Next up though is going to be our SM Junior 65 and 85, our David vs Goliath fast coming up for their Heat 2 of the day. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. This is round 6 of the SA Short Circuit Series here at Formula K, and it's only getting better and better as the day continues. So grab yourself something to drink, grab some popcorn, because we're going to be heading out with some more phenomenal racing, and this time with 2 different engine capacities for Heat 2. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. A big thank you to our sponsors for making this all happen here at the SA Short Circuit Series. So it's good to see. And just taking a look, our riders now making their way out onto the circuit. There was a little bit of a delay while they were cleaning up on circuit, the hairpin, which you see them going through now. And that's had a bit of oil, made it a bit slippery. All the riders now having to take take a bit of caution there, just to keep an eye on it. It's time for our SM Junior 65 and 85s, and let's see who will be able to take the win for both the 65 and 85s. Out here at Formula K in Boksburg, it is blindingly hot, but also taking a look to our virtual grandstands. We see you guys. Big shout out to everyone keeping an eye on the live stream. Love to have you guys here. And let's see how the guys are going to battle it out. So, all lined up on the line, waiting to go. Adam Naidu, Yusasat, Keaton Diaga are looking to get a little bit more of a run. You can see Adam Naidu getting some pointers, just getting told, watch out for it. And riders just getting told they got 2 warm-up laps. So they're going to do 2 warm-up laps, 1 to get to grips with the tires, get to grips with the circuit, understand what's happening, and get themselves ready to rock and roll. Use the Sut, hoping to get a little bit more of a jump on the line. And after the likes of Keaton Diaga, who clawed his way up into 3rd place, first of the 65 CECs, is hoping to make a monstrous impact yet again here at Formula K. Lining themselves up. Grid now being cleared. Everyone getting told, clear out the way. As they go off the line. Now remember, this is a warm-up. So riders now making their way through, getting a bit of heat into the tires, heat into the brakes, getting used to the circuit. Just to know where all the problems are, where all the nuances are, as the track has evolved over the course of the day. You'll see yellow flags being waved. That's to slow the riders down.
Are you switched on?
Our riders hoping to get a little bit more heat into the tires and brakes before they get started. Adam Naidu making his way around. You can see broken away from the field. He's also got a little bit of pace feeling out the corner. Hairpin doesn't look as slippery as it once was. Just looking at how it's a little bit more stable. Each of the riders taking more of a race pace at this point. They will be trying to slow it down as they head back to the grid. So now heading down to the grid, they will be taking their formation. The riders got a little bit more pace, a little bit more heat into the tires and to the brakes. to understand how the circuit feels, where the grip is. All right, as our riders lined up on the line, getting ready, can feel the tension starting to build up as they get ready to rock and roll for Heat 2 of our SM Junior 50cc, our SM Junior 65-85. Let's see how this is all going to work out. Lined up on the line. Grid being cleared. So this is going to be very, very interesting for all our riders. Heat 2, bit warmer, bit more grip. And now it's all on the line. Revved up. And away they go, off to a flying start. Our riders now pushing themselves a little bit harder. Use your Sut getting a great start. He's trying to move up as they get going. Right onto the back of Adam Naidu, who's leading out the field. Now having to just contend for position. Keaton Diago also trying to make his way up. Jason van Breda also got a bit more of a launch off the line as he's trying to move his way back up through the field. But Adam Naidu and Musa Sut close right to him. He's not backing down, looks up on the inside, not close enough to do it as they go and choose to maneuver their way around. Each of them focusing on the battle at hand. As they try to carry the momentum through at the moment. Our riders hoping that they can carry the charge at the moment. Adam Naidu keeping ahead of Musa Sut. Keaton Diaga trying to also make up a bit of ground with Jason van Breda, who is on an outright charge to close his way through the field. So Adam Naidu leading out that charge, really hoping he can keep the power down. Completing the first lap. Musa Sut dealing with the pace at the moment. Jason van Breda now 3 seconds down the road is starting to catch up to the likes of Yusat ahead of him. Keaton Diaga down into 4th place, but he is in a different class. So keep an eye on going to start bringing the pressure of Jason van Breda, who's finally got a bit of clear air. As they fight their way around the circuit, each of them pushing themselves a little bit harder and hoping that they can make up some ground.
Yeah, the stand fell over.
Our riders trying to push themselves a little bit more. You can see little man Malficate also trying to go up on the inside. He's also trying to move up against Joe Lowe just ahead of him. He's got Lorenzo right behind him. All company. Back up to the sharp end of the field, and there is Musa Sut, who is still keeping Adam Naidu within hand's reach at the moment, just not able to close down. Jason van Breda starting to close up to them a little bit further back, so Jason still on his hard press charge after falling down through the field in Heat 1, back up into 3rd place come Heat 2. Adam Naidu though going late on the brakes, trying to carry the momentum around, really getting onto the power a little bit earlier. That's allowed Yusat to just get a little bit of room to go out a bit wide. Now let's see who's brave for the hairpin. Listening to on as they come off the throttle, does sound like Adam Naidu is very late to get back onto that throttle, and that does allow the Sut to get right behind him and close down the difference. So Adam Naidu picking up the pace around other parts of the circuit, but as soon as he gets to the hairpin where we had that little bit of oil, he tends to come off the throttle, wait it out before he even gets going once again. Powering their way through, trying to get the momentum at the moment, and it does look like Yusuf has managed to close down on Adam Naidu. He's really pushing as hard as he can. Then you've got Jason van Breda in third place. Fourth is Keaton Diaga, followed by Tristan Swart, Joe Lowe, Bruno Mafakate, Lorenzo DuPont, Daniel Yusuf, Luca Bergover and Kwandre Porkita running in 11th place as it stands. 4 laps to go. Our grid still keeping reasonably close to one another. Lots of little battles forming around the circuit, but out in front, Adam Naidu and Musa Sut still going at one another. It does look like Sut is able to close up under braking compared to Adam Naidu, but just can't keep the straight line pace that's needed. You can just see how quickly he closes up under braking. Looks to the inside line, couldn't make it stick. Adam Naidu though has to go very defensive as they go in through the double right-hander, the top end of the circuit, and now maneuver their way down, left, right. Make sure you keep the rhythm, sharp, cambered right, and now in towards the infield where they're going to get a slight lift as that front wheel gets a little bit airborne as they try to gather themselves under braking. That's also a very difficult corner that they have to go through, because they are literally turning in, leaning in and braking at the same time, and it can land up in a world of hurt if you get it wrong. So you need the utmost focus to ensure that you are set up. Adam Naidu still leading out that charge. Here's the Sut keeping him honest though, keeping 0.4 of a second right behind him. Jason van Breda now only 8 seconds behind, starting to close down the difference between them and really focusing on that charge. So with 3 laps to go, it's going to be a tall order. But Musa Sut, after going and tasting a little bit of what first place is, he's going to try and close down the difference to Adam Naidu. Does so again, and Adam just managing to get onto the power fraction early. Sut now having to hold him at bay, trying to get underneath that rear wheel, doing everything he can as he's pushing harder and harder. Adam Naidu needing to just go out a little bit wider, does so through the infield. This is where he makes up a lot of time over Yusuf, being a little bit more calm and also just staying fast to what he knows. But they're starting to get up to the back markers, and this is where it becomes a little bit of a predicament for both riders, as they have to get past in a safe manner. They're not going to have the back marker just move out the way, well, unless you have a very friendly person. And that is what Kwandre Porkita did. Just went on the brakes a little bit, allowed our leaders to go through, and then continue his race. So he stayed out of the way of our first and second battle. Absolutely tremendous stuff. Now Jason van Breda though is trying to close down the distance, doing everything he can, but Adam Naidu out in first place. Musa Sut in second, Jason van Breda in third, Keaton Diaga in fourth, fifth, Tristan Swart, Bruno Mafakate, Lorenzo DuPont, Joe Lowe, Daniel Yusuf, Luca Bergover, and Kwandre Porkita. Still, that is as it stands. As the riders focus on the charge, 2 laps to go, less than 2 laps at this point, as our leaders come over the crest of the hill at the top of the circuit, all the way down. Kwandre Porkita just allowing riders to come through, but Adam Naidu still leading out that charge. Yusuf behind him on the 85, going and keeping a very close run between them, right up against the rear, and is pushing as hard as possible to keep the distance between them as small as possible. Adam Naidu though is going to have to battle it out. 2 laps, with 1 lap to go. They're on that final lap. And there's a nice little battle going on. Mafakate catching up onto the back of Tristan Swart. Tristan now having to go and keep it all together, and you can see Mafakate just going in little flips of the throttle right underneath the rear, trying to force Tristan Swart into a mistake at the moment. Each of them hoping that they can carry the momentum, trying to power their way through, but this is going to be quite a charge. Both hoping to carry the momentum right the way down to the line, but Adam Naidu will be taking the checkered flag. If he can keep up this pace, there he is. Adam Naidu taking the win for Heat 2. Musa Sut taking second place. Jason Van Bedal will be taking third. Keaton Diaga taking the class win. As they come across the line. Proper little charge going on. There's still a battle happening as Mafakate keeping the run. Lorenzo DuPont and Tristan Swart now going side by side with one another. Mafakate trying to break away from them, doing everything he can to go hard under the braking. Mafakate just managing to stretch open the gap. And now our 65 battle still continuing. That looks to be Joe Lowe with Daniel Yasut behind him. I do apologize. So Daniel Rowe in 8th with 9th place Daniel Yasut. So Joe Lowe needs to go and figure out what he needs to do to get that little bit of momentum. Closing down on Mafakate just ahead of him. Is going to be focusing on hard charge all the way through. Lowe right up against the rear of Mafakate. Has got Daniel Yasut all over the back of him. Daniel tries to go to the outside. Lowe goes defensive, holding the inside line. Mafakate, though, will be holding his position just ahead of Joe Lowe and Daniel Yasut as they come across the line. Let's take a look at our provisional class results. And there it stands. Keaton Diaga taking first place. Tristan Swart taking second. Lorenzo DuPont, followed by Mafakate, Joe Lowe and Daniel Yasut in 6th place. Luca Bergover along with Quandre Porkita. Then take a look at our SM85s, Adam Naidu, Musa Sut and Jason Van Bedal, rounding out our SM85s. Absolutely tremendous stuff, ladies and gentlemen, here at the SA Short Circuit Series round 6. Next up, we're going to be moving over to our Masters, Grandmasters and Clubmans. They'll be heading out onto the circuit shortly, so don't go anywhere. Some phenomenal racing is to come, but there's a beautiful shot, some great sportsmanship for the SA Short Circuit Series as we see our 65 riders just going and saying, well done, great job, nearly got you, but we'll see you in Heat 3. And we'll grab an ice cream at it as well.
again, I can't hear you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for our Masters, Grandmasters and Clubmans as we got a beautiful shot of the Formula K pits, and you can see all the riders getting themselves ready. They want to keep an eye on the amazing action that's out on the circuit.
He doesn't have the SDR cable by the receiver, which is 100 meters down there. No, I'll make out.
So, we saw a great race with our Masters, Grandmasters and Clubmans in the last heat. For Heat 1, let's see for Heat 2. As they get themselves going, our Clubmans off to a start. They get themselves out and going while we hold for our Masters and Grandmasters. They lined up, ready to go, revving it up. And away they go, off to a flying start as they launch off the grid. Our Clubmans going and getting the start, and now it's up to our Masters and Grandmasters to follow suit as they battle their way around the circuit here at Formula K. The wind's starting to pick up just a little bit more, and our riders now going to start feeling it as they get buffeted as they make their way through the corners. All trying to figure out what can they do as they work up the monstrous charge up the hill. You can hear locking those rears, trying to slow the bikes down. It does look like David Ringa managing to open up distance to Christian Carvello. Christian's been racing quite a bit today, so he must be feeling rather drained from all the racing. Mitch Mortimer out in first place, Arno Erasmus in second, and they are fighting out for the Clubmans at the moment. Hoping to keep up the charge. Then you have got coming through David Veringa in third, Christian Carvello, Michael Lowe, Sean Peterson, Vaughan Bonkhurst all doing everything they can, but Mitch Mortimer opening up the distance. David currently on screen with Christian Carvello trying to chase him down. Christian trying to close down the distance. Remember, these two had a wheel-to-wheel battle right the way through Heat 1, Heat 2, or Heat 1, now into Heat 2, and you can expect that Christian's not going to let David go too easily. He's going to try and keep the gap a little bit closer. Michael Lowe, he also put up the fight. He's coming in Heat 1, now needs to do everything he can to get a little bit closer and become a bit more of a viable threat as they go late under the brake. Trying everything they can. That hairpin becoming a little bit harder to get themselves all organised. As we take a shot down the hill, you can see how tight the hairpin actually is and how you have to really work hard to keep it all in order. It is a bit of a slow hairpin for all the riders. It's just behind our aeroplane here at Formula K. One of the most iconic things of Formula K is having a Boeing 747 aeroplane sitting by and just watching upon this race circuit here at Formula K in Boxburg. Mitch Mortimer though still leads out the charge. Arno Erasmus in second place. David Veringa just ahead of this man over here, Christian Carvello, who is still trying to close down the distance. Christian has gone and fought tooth and nail this entire season to go and ensure that he's high enough in the championship standings to be able to keep a dominating lead over the rest of the field. And he's currently sitting on 181 points ahead of ahead of Vaughan Bonkhurst, where you've got David Veringa, who's out in first place for the SM Masters class. He's lying in 10th place on 50 points. That's because he hasn't been able to get out to the circuit as much as he would like. But since he came out to Formula K, he seems to be having an absolute jaw, putting himself into first place of our Masters class as it stands. Our riders trying to go a little bit harder, trying to focus on the charge, clawing their way through, and it's going to be all about keeping the momentum at this point. Hard braking by all our riders, you can just faintly hear in the background. So one of our riders just trying to slow down because they have to go so deep into the corners before they get onto the anchors, and once they do, they have to really slow the bike down as fast as possible, ensure that they get themselves all lined up. Christian currently on screen, starting to lose track of David Beringer. Now they're starting to get closer to our Clubman's class, and I think they have just caught up onto the back of Arno Erasmus. So David Beringer now is pushing hard as he can to get past Arno Erasmus, while Christian Calvello is getting a little bit closer and becoming a viable threat. To give you an idea, David Beringer's best lap time was a 1:13.491, last lap time a 1:14.2, where Christian Calvello managed to do a 1:14.6 as his best lap time, and that was also his last lap time. So he's trying to make up as much ground as possible. He's right behind Arno Erasmus at the moment. Looks up on the inside, sends it up on the inside through the hairpin down at the bottom of the circuit, our turn 2, and he's able to get going. So now they're moving themselves into second and third. So next up is Mitch Mortimer, who's a bit further up the road, about 11 seconds up the road. We'll be taking a look and seeing David Beringer and Christian Calvello starting to close down the distance on him. Once again, they are fighting in two different classes. Our Mitch Mortimer and Arno Erasmus going and fighting it out for the likes of our Clubman's class, where David Beringer and Christian Calvello are in our Masters class. So they are fighting their way around the circuit, hoping to get a little bit more pace. Close down on first, but they're running out of time at this point. So they've only got 4 laps to go in this 8-lap race. So 4 laps to make it or break it here at Formula K, scoring as many points as possible as we're starting to get closer to the end of the season. Because after this we'll only have 2 rounds left of our 2023 season. Next race will be on the 28th of October at Polokwane. So a nice little drive out to Polokwane, and if you haven't been there, I really recommend it. But if you haven't been to Formula K, well, definitely it's a hop, skip and a jump here in Boksburg, and it's well worth it to come to one of the very few circuits that is CIK accredited and is able to have so many different layouts. They can go and test not only the cars but also the bikes, and we see whether you're on a 50cc right up to you're on the Huskies, and we see our SM1s and SM2s, and even with our Masters and Grandmasters. David now has Christian right behind him, so David's lost out the drive, Christian's closed up the gap, and now this is going to get interesting. Second and third, battling it out. Mitch Mortimer in first place, not too far up the road from them, is keeping a very close eye on this. He wants to try and hold overall victory. Christian wants to get past David Beringer and stretch his lead in the championship even further. So there's so much on the line. There's pride, there's points, and up on the inside, Christian goes for it. David tries to go for the cutback on the inside. Drag race between the two. David sends it up on the inside, holding back Christian. And Christian now just doing everything he can to come back at him. And that's what the riders are needing to do. Focus on the charge at hand. Really have to commit to that inside line. You've got to ensure that your competitor has no way of arguing with you. You've no hesitation. And that's why we call them our Masters and Grandmasters. These are very experienced riders. They're taking the fight. Drag race out of the hairpin though. David going and coming across the front. Oh, Christian trying to come back at him. David just having to sit up ever so slightly, losing out a bit of pace. And that's allowed Christian to try once again to go for the inside line, unable to do so. Now heading into the infield. This is where the momentum comes into play, where Christian will be able to try and go around the inside. He's going to go around the outside. If he can keep it up, tries to go for the cutback. up on the inside, slams on the anchors as David goes and locks down the line once again. These two are starting to realize they need to push harder and harder. They're running out of laps. They've got 1 lap to make it count. 1 lap is all it takes right now. David Veringa and Christian Carvello going and battling it out. Mitch Mortimer in first place, managing to open up the distance between the two, but not by much as Christian sends it up on the inside, and here comes David coming around for the cutback. Going and really testing one another, but I think David's done enough to open up the distance. He just needs to carry it. Christian Carvello very late on the brakes, closing it down. Tries to tuck up behind, really putting the power down. Veringa now needing to get going. Seeing our leader, Mitch Mortimer, out in first place, now making towards the infield. First in Clubman's and first overall has got David Veringa closing up right behind him. And Christian Carvello doing exactly the same. 1 corner to go, and there we go. Mitch Mortimer taking the checkered flag. Second, David Veringa going and charging and doing everything he can to make up the ground. Christian Carvello taking third. Absolutely tremendous stuff by our riders. Really putting on a fantastic drive out there and really having to work incredibly hard. Taking a look to our provisional results. We have got Mitch Mortimer finishing out in first place. Second place is Arno Erasmus. Sebastiano, unfortunately, not making it to the start line for Heat 2. For our Grandmasters, Sean Peterson going and finishing out in first place. And then our Masters class, which we were keeping an eye on, David Veringa ahead of Christian Carvello by 0.28 of a second. Christian Carvello just narrowly missing out on taking first place of the Masters class for Heat 2. Third place going to Michael Lowe, and fourth going to Vaughan Bronkhurst, who manages to battle it out. Absolutely incredible stuff here for the SA Short Circuit Series, and our riders really putting on a fantastic show. That being said, let's actually give a bit of thanks to all the people that could make it happen here for the SA Short Circuit Series. Mainly, let's have a big thanks to our sponsors. Without them, our 2023 season would not be happening right now. So, big thank you to the 357 A&N Racing, along with Enerjade, DSTD, G&G Sales Training Institute, Motor City Auto Spares, Nexo, last but not least, Spaniard, coming to the party, and all the live streaming action brought to you by LiveX Productions here at Formula K for round 6 of the SA Short Circuit Series. Next up that we're going to have coming your way is our 150 Cup and 150 Seniors, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Racing's only heating up. We're getting closer to the rounds of our Heat 2 all being done, and then we'll be moving on to our Heat 3s, and I promise you that's when you lay it all on the line, because that'll be your running onto it. So our Heat 2s getting closer and closer to the finishing lines before everyone takes a look to Heat 3. All right, lined up on the line, our 150s away and going as they fight their way through. Does look like Jason van Breda off to a great start. Caden Robert trying to come back at him. Ryan van Niekerk also doing everything he can to just close down the differences between them as they battle their way through. Each now following nose to tail and trying to get going once again. Let's see how it's all going to work out as they get a little bit more of a charge. We've seen Jason van Breda, Ryan van Niekerk and Caden Robert do battle once before. Caden Robert carrying down screen with the mispriced team. We do know that Caden Roberts and Ryan van Niekerk are going overseas for the Red Bull Rookie Cup, while Jason van Breda, who's leading out the charge at the moment, has won multiple championships, so much what he can do. And then they've also, it looks like they've got Honor Rasmus right onto the back of it, so Honor trying to push as hard as he can to join the break, which is good to see. The riders each focusing on the charge at hand. Caden Roberts got Ryan van Niekerk right behind him as they fight, claw, and really try and close down the distance. Up on the inside, Ryan not backing down from the fight just as yet, as they make a little bit of momentum, fighting their way through. Our riders focusing on the charge at hand at the moment. You can see Jason van Breda really gathering momentum. Ryan van Niekerk right behind him, trying to close down the distance, focusing on the charge. Caden Roberts also trying to get a little bit closer. You can see taking a lot more of a tighter line through the hairpin as they try and make it and the riders will need to figure out what's going to work for them as they fight their way through. Jason van Breda now feeling the pressure. Ryan van Niekerk breathing down the back of his neck, looks to go around the outside. Can he make it stick though? Nope, going to tuck in right behind Jason van Breda, now needing to figure out what to do to handle Ryan van Niekerk. Then you've got Caden Roberts, who's also getting a little bit thrown off the pack at the moment, so he's going to have to pick up the pace. Jason van Breda taking the tight inside line, that might compromise him on the exit. He goes out wide. Rob also going out very wide, trying to carry too much momentum and just had a lot of understeer on that bike and just had to really try and lean it back in. Rolling on the power, looking to go underneath him. Will he be able to do it? Utilizing the straight line? Nope, just losing out that little bit of momentum. Closes up under braking though. Massive close up. Takes a look behind him, did see where Caden Roberts is, realizing he's got some room to play with here. Now he needs to focus on the charge at hand. As he looks for the inside line, now it's going through the hairpin, able to get it a little bit more grip this time around. You can see Ryan van Niekerk still a little bit cautious as he makes his way around. Jason van Breda a little bit more set to get on the bike a little bit earlier. And we'll focus on the charge at hand if it's needed. Caden Robert lying in third place, needs to figure out what does he need to do. He's got Honor Rasmus closing down the distance. Then you've got Troy Tonkin, Colin Swart, Sean Portman, all trying to make their ground at the moment. The wind is picking up hugely here at Formula K in Boksburg. And I'm sure that our riders are getting buffeted as they're getting blown left to right into the headwind and then getting tailwind all the way down the hill. And that's definitely not helping. And I have to think about it. Oh, we got one off. That is Ryan van Niekerk sliding out. What has he got? What's come off his bike? Could it be a bit of bodywork? It might be a fairing that's come off. But going a little bit later on the brakes. And that has allowed Jason van Breda, our leader, to just take a look behind him and go, well, my competitor's gone. Now to focus on the charge. Caden Robert on the other hand is like, well, scored a free position, got to keep going. Honor Rasmus also keeping in charge. Honor has now been promoted up into third place. Ryan van Niekerk, they're trying to get that bike up and going. They do get it up and going, but he has lost out all the time and that's just one simple thing that can happen. Going into a corner, changing camber, guys, is going to happen as well. The battle for second place now goes to Caden Robertson, Arno Rasmus. They are really putting out the monstrous charge. Caden doing whatever he can to try and carry the momentum. Arno Rasmus right up against the back of him, trying to force a mistake. But Caden now trying to open up the distance to Arno Rasmus as they make their way through the infield. Really keeping up the momentum, and it does look like Arno's just not able to keep it all together through the twists. He's trying to get back onto the rear of that King Price Extreme. Caden Roberts is just ahead of him, does take to the same line, keeping a bit more of a wide line and try and throw the bike in, both running out very, very wide, right onto the track limits, and they're able to just keep it within the rules at this point, not to lose out, not to lose any time. Arno Rasmus tries to look for that inside line, unable to make it happen just as yet, going to get back into the toe, really put down the power as they fight their way through. And Caden Roberts though going out very, very wide, also trying to lay that bike down as flat as possible just to make sure he gets right into the corners and sure that he has no problems. Change the surface flag is out for the hairpin, and Caden Roberts runs out wide. Arno Rasmus now has the time up the hill. Caden Roberts just losing, he can't even get into gear, so something went on. He was just not able to get the same drive, and that allowed Arno Rasmus to close down the distance. So did Caden go into the wrong gear, and that went to cost him a bit of time, being on the rev limiter for too long, and allowed Arno to get right up against the back of him and to try and force his way through. Arno just not able to get past Caden Roberts though, getting a little bit unsteady out of the corners. Arno does look for the inside line. Caden trying to keep it all together, and now it's going to be side by side as they make their way down into turn 2. Who's going to have all the pace? And it does look like it's going to be Caden Roberts under braking. Does he going to go out wide? Does so, and now lost out the drive. Arno Rasmus looks up on the inside, backs out of it though. Caden Roberts having to really test his mettle here against Arno Rasmus, who was just out a little bit earlier, and now trying everything he can to go around the outside, the inside, doing everything that's possible at this point as they fight their way through, getting into the zone. Both riders trying to push the limits of what they can do. The time is running out. Time is of the essence for all our riders. Jason van der Daal out in first place. Caden Roberts and Arno Rasmus battling it out for second and third respectively, and they're going to take it right down to the wire between them. So where is it going to all end? No one will be able to tell. There's only 3 laps left between it all. And at the moment, second place could go anywhere, as we've seen a little bit earlier with Ryan van Niekerk losing drive, unfortunately having the rear step out underneath him. Caden just looking over his shoulder, constantly just seeing where on earth is Arno Rasmus. He keeps hunting left and right, trying to figure out where he can go and where he may be able to try and figure out what happens. Side by side as they power their way through, Caden's just able to keep the momentum up. He's able to get a little bit more momentum than Arno Rasmus as they start to climb back up the hill. Snaking their way through left, right, and you can see under braking, Caden getting a little bit twitchy though, and that's starting to impact him just a fraction as they carry on the momentum. Right, putting the toe in, clawing their way up the hill, and you can see how late. And Arno Rasmus goes on the brakes. Caden Robert goes out wide, side by side. Caden has to sweep across the front of the likes of Arno Rasmus. The time is running out. 2 laps to go. Jason van der Daal out in first place. Caden Roberts and Arno Rasmus leaving it all on the line at the moment. And it's going to be a proper charge right down to the wire. Caden going out wide, and that's going to cost him a bit of time. That's allowing Arno Rasmus to get right underneath them and try and make a move. You can see now heading down to turn 2 once again. Arno not backing down from the fight. He's going to look on the inside as Caden sweep across the front. He tries to go around the outside. Going to carry the momentum. He knows Caden goes out wide. loses out that little bit of drive. Arno Rasmus tries to come back at him, but just didn't have enough. The space was just a little bit too big at the moment, and we'll have to fight it out. One lap to go though, and Jason van der Daar is out in first place. So Jason van der Daar leading it out, trying to make his way through. Second place still up for grabs between Caden Roberts and Arno Rasmus. They're still going side by side, clawing their way up the hill. Caden having to come across the nose of Arno Rasmus. Arno doing everything he can to try and fight back, knowing that there's only a couple of corners left. It's going to be a tight race down to the wire. Both of them pushing themselves a little bit harder, going late into the corners, really going out wide, trying to stretch it out. Jason van der Daar will be taking the checkered flag, but second place is still up for grabs. Here's the checkered flag that's come out for Jason van der Daar. And second place comes down to the wire. Couple of more corners to go. Caden Robert trying to keep the acceleration. Arno tries to go underneath him. Drag race to the line. As they come across, what does our timing say? Taking a look at our timing screen, it does look like we may have had to change, or maybe not. Our provisional results will tell us. Let's take a look at our provisional results. Jason van der Daar out in first place. Caden Roberts in second. Arno Rasmus in third. Troy Tonkin, Callan Swart, along with Sean Portman, Jared J. Penn in seventh place. Eighth is Ryan van Niekerk going and finishing out the field. What a race that was, down to the wire for round 6 of the SA Short Circuit Series, Heat 2 of our 150 Cup and 150 Senior. Next up though, we will be moving on to our SM Junior 50cc, so don't go anywhere. And wow, the wind's starting to pick up, and what a race that was. If that doesn't have you on the edge of your seat, I don't know what will. as our SM Junior 50cc have started. They are battling it out early on. Our riders trying to push themselves a little bit harder to try and make up a bit of time. Keaton Diaga, Ethan De Vries, Monitz Arts and Blake Robert. We saw Keaton Diaga go and take first place and break away from Ethan De Vries. But Ethan now looking to try and make a little bit of ground as they battle their way through. It's Otten also trying to get a little bit more momentum as he's got Blake Roberts also trying to put a little bit of pressure. But out in front is the battle between Keaton Diaga, putting in a good lap time from a standing start, doing a 50.4, absolutely incredible pace, and that's got Ethan De Vries doing a 50.671, while it's Otten off to a great start, 55.617 ahead of Blake Roberts. So Blake Roberts trying to make a little bit of ground as they fight their way through. Our riders now looking to do battle first and second, going and slugging it out between one another. And this is Keaton Diaga out in first, second Ethan De Vries, and third place Monitz Otten managing to get ahead of Blake Roberts, able to carry the momentum through. But Keaton Diaga now starting to stretch open that gap a little bit more away from Ethan De Vries. These two riders have been battling it out every step of the way. As they fight their way left, right and centre. And there on screen is a bit of a change of positions. That is Monitz Otten with Blake Robert going around the outside. Blake trying to get a little bit more drive, just can't get ahead on Monitz Otten, properly trying to keep it all going. Monitz Otten a little bit lighter than Blake Roberts on the bike, but Blake is not going to back down from the fight. Had to try and get himself all sorted, was trying to go around the outside, lost out that little bit of drive. Monitz Otten though now needs to get the throttle down. It's lying in third place, Blake Roberts in fourth, trying to close down the distance as there has been a gap a little bit opened up. But I think that was because Blake got a little bit unsteady when he was run out a little bit wider than planned. So absolutely tremendous stuff as they go around ISM Junior 50cc. Good starting point for youngsters as they maneuver their way up. You start off on the PV50s, then you move on to ISM Junior 50cc's to do battle, then later move on to likes of the SM65, 85s, even onto the 150 Cup. Makes a monstrous of difference. Ethan De Vries, who's currently in second place, is leading the championship with 303 points. Keaton Diaga, who's currently in the lead, is on 287 points. So they are fighting it out for the championship. Blake Roberts is third in the championship with Monitz Otten, who's just ahead of him, just right behind in the points on 143 points, while Blake Roberts is on 168. So while they're trying to carry the points through at the moment, bear it in mind, whatever happens today will definitely upset the championship for first, second, third and fourth for today and for the championship. And that's going to be something that these riders, family members, and I can hear them all the way in the distance, so the family members, the teams all cheering on and support of these young riders, the future of motorsport, battling it out around the circuit here today and showing off their skills. I wouldn't be surprised if we see these very names moving into the Red Bull Cup or the Red Bull Rookies come later years. So that is something I firmly can put my hand on and say will happen in this amazing motorsport world that we have. So as it stands, Keaton Diaga doing the best lap time of the race, a 48.522, while Ethan De Vries is doing a 49.274 as they really try and get a little bit more of a drive. Time starting to wear out though for our riders. They have to bear that in mind as it's all starting to tick over now. 3 laps to go, 3 laps left to make it happen. Keaton Diaga out in first place, Ethan De Vries in second, Monitz Otten in third, Blake Roberts trying to carry the momentum at the moment as he really gives it everything he's got to try and close it down. But it is a hard charge for all our riders as it stands. Keaton hoping that he can carry the momentum up. As we see on screen, Moritz Otten still ahead of Blake Robert. They have opened up between all of them. Otten needing to just keep up the drive. As you can see, Blake Robert slowly but surely starting to claw back those little seconds that he needs to be able to move back into third place and also try and score some valuable points for his championship hopes to stay ahead of Otten. 2 laps remaining. Sorry, 1 lap remaining. Keaton Diaga, Ethan De Vries, Moritz Otten and Blake Robert. So the number 1 bike leading the race, Keaton Diaga, will be looking to try and make a bit more of a move. Moritz Otten currently on screen with Blake Robert trying to chase him down. They will take a look behind and they will see Keaton Diaga starting to close down on them. They will start looking over their shoulder and seeing an orange little bike that's coming right over the back of them. As you can see, just coming into frame, there is Keaton Diaga, seeing that the checker flag is at the ready, going to be coming around, taking 2 out of 3 for today. Keaton Diaga in first place, Ethan De Vries in second. So well done, Ethan, great job out there, taking second place. Moritz Otten currently in third, keeping Blake at bay. And here comes our riders, first and second, giving each other a bit of support. Absolutely incredible stuff. The race is still going on for the likes of Otten and for Blake Roberts, so that isn't tied up just as yet. As they're maneuvering their way through, now going down the hill. Blake trying to make it any grounds possible, but there is a beautiful shot of Keaton Diaga and Ethan going and saying well done to one another as they fight their way through. Moritz Otten, Blake Robert now taking the checkered flag. So let's take a look at our provisional results for our SM Junior 50cc. Keaton Diaga taking first place, Ethan De Vries taking second, Moritz Otten and Blake Robert in fourth place. What a phenomenal run from them. Great to see the youngsters, and I will stake my name. You'll see these names in the Red Bull Rookies and racing in MotoGP in time to come. Next up though is going to be our hooligans, SM1, SM1S. They're going to do battle, and after they had a bit of a chaotic Heat 1, they're going to have a bit more of an easy Heat 2 because now there seems to be a little bit more grip to play with here at Formula K for round 6 of the SA Short Circuit Series. Don't go anywhere, as this will be the final of our Heat 2s, and then we'll be moving on to the final heats of the day. So there's all to play for, all the points to play for, all the teams, all the riders. They have lots of pride going into this, and even a Subaru lover going and revving his engine because he wants to get a motorbike. Can you believe it? All right, well, let's see what's to come. back, ladies and gentlemen, with Heat 2 of our SM1 and SM1S lining up, and you can see some beautiful shots of all the bikes getting geared up, ready to go. Aston Nesbitt, our defending champion, keeping a very close eye as he makes his way through. Also a big shout out to all our virtual grandstand members that are sending us lots and lots of messages. We absolutely love you guys. Thank you very much for taking a look either at social media, Facebook, YouTube, the works. Good to have you guys here, and I know this is all being shared out, and to you guys that are watching it in the future, hello future, this is past, and get ready, we're going to show you guys in the future how it looks for some amazing racing for Heat 2 of our SM1 and SM1S. Lined up on line, and away they go, off to a flying start. Ryan van Niekerk getting a jump off a line. Aston Nesbitt trying to go and catch up to him. Then keep an eye on Christian Carvello and Darren Kruger. Remember, Kruger was keeping very, very close. New name to the field, but is looking to make a bit of an impact here at Formula K for Heat 2. And it does look like Aston Nesbitt trailing a little bit behind, having to try and catch up to Ryan. Remember, Ryan did open up a monstrous gap in Heat 1, but Aston Nesbitt puts the front wheel underneath him just as a proper warning to Ryan, saying, listen, you got away in Heat 1, you ran away. Heat 2, it's going to be very, very different. Ryan van Niekerk trying to stop it dead on the apex, does so, heels the drive for Aston Nesbitt. Nesbitt looks on the inside, just a little bit too far back to take a battle. And Christian Carvello locking it up though, loses out, and Darren managing to get past. Darren Kruger managing to move up into third place. Christian Carvello locking it up at the top of the hill, but back up to first and second there we're currently seeing where Ryan van Niekerk starting to open up the distance, and there Aston Nesbitt's trying to send it up on the inside from yards back. So Aston Nesbitt, you can say, is really pushing the limits of how far he can go, how late he can go on the brakes, and really trying to send it back. If you could put it anywhere. Oh, there's Aston Nesbitt, as I was just talking about him. He gets a little bit too much on the throttle, comes off and has both Darren Kruger and Christian Carvello get past him. He's able to get up and going, but that is going to cost him time. That does give Ryan van Niekerk time to pull away. So now it is Darren Kruger up into second place, Christian Carvello up into third, Aston Nesbitt in fourth. Now needs to try and figure out how he can get past Christian Carvello. Takes a look behind him, says, well, Aston, you fell off, you lost that drive, now you got to try come fight through me. And Aston's going to do exactly that. Christian's going to run him out a little bit wide. It does look like Aston sends it up on the inside, and a little bit of a thank you as well, just by lifting his leg, saying, thanks for the gap, bud, now I'm going to go. So Christian Carvello now looking to try and utilize the toe to get a little bit closer to Darren Kruger just ahead of him. Darren now trying to stretch open the gap a little bit more as they come over the hill, under braking, sliding his way through. Darren now feeling the pressure. Aston Nesbitt looks around, comes off the throttle. He says, listen, I'm not going to get involved in your fight, you keep going, I've got a class of my own. And Aston Nesbitt, I don't think at that point gave him any opportunity to say no, other than, well, you might not roll out the carpet, but at least you're going to open the door at this point. So now Darren is taking a look behind him, seeing that he needs to keep ahead of Christian Carvello, and you've got Aston Nesbitt up the road trying to catch up to Ryan van Niekerk. Best lap time was set by Ryan van Niekerk, a 1:10.577. Darren Kruger managed to do his best lap time of a 1:14.609, which is better than Christian Carvello's last lap time of a 1:14.860. So Christian Carvello not having the same pace as Darren Kruger ahead of him, but he is trying to close down the distance to him as they make their way through. Out on screen at the moment, you could see Darren really focusing on the charge at the moment. Kruger hoping to just keep the drive. Christian Carvello starting to reel him in a little bit after having Aston Nesbitt go and have a little bit of fun with him, played around and left the party. Now it's left up to these two, and Christian's not going to back down. He's going to make Kruger work for this third place, and he's going to chase him down, right down to the wire. Remember, this is a 10-lap race, so it is a very, very long race to go through, especially with the amount of heat that we've got here today. It does make life rather difficult as they claw their way through. Now down the wires into the slipstream as they claw their way up the hill, left to right, all trying to snake their way through. And Christian, a little bit more comfortable in doing so, catches up onto the back of Kruger. Kruger trying to get onto the power a little bit earlier as he really leans into it, trying to keep that front down as much as possible. Christian Carvello, a little bit later under braking, is able to go and make it some move. Looks for the inside, and Kruger going and stopping dead on the apex, compromises his exit, but does also slow down Christian just enough, so he's able to deal with the case at hand. Fighting their way down the hill. We're going to see a beautiful shot of them exiting, now flattening out. They're going to be going towards the infield, and you can see how Darren is keeping Christian at bay. Christian looks to the inside line and just not close enough. He's going to look around the outside, try and carry the momentum, looks for a bit of a cutback, going to try maybe a big send. Second guess is the option. He knows he's going to hang around for this and aim it for turn 2 as they make their way through. 5 laps to go though, and it's an outright charge. Hard onto the brakes. Christian goes up on the inside, loses the drive though, and Darren managing to retake it. Christian went out a little bit wide. He took the gamble, rolled the dice, and got the snake eyes at the end of it. And you can see Darren constantly trying to defend as much as possible at this point, trying to keep Christian at bay. And remember, Christian, doesn't give Darren much option there, side by side between the two. Christian is fighting for his class, which is the SM1. Darren, who is in the stock class, might I add, so he's not on a non-modified SM class. He's on the stock, and he is fighting it out with Christian Carvello. That is properly giving him a workaround at the moment. Both these riders focusing on the charge. Darren going and lifting up. He's trying to rebalance himself as he's pushing harder and harder as he gets a little bit swept up behind right to Christian. A little bit of aero wash coming into play, and going and losing out that little bit of time. But it looks like Christian has decided to check out as fast as possible. He knows his competitors behind him at the moment and will have to keep on the power as they charge their way through. 6 laps so far completed. Ryan van Niekerk out in first place, Aston Nesbitt in second, Christian Carvello in third, Darren Kruger out in fourth place, trying to make up a bit of ground to Christian at the moment. Aston Nesbitt starting to close down the distance to Ryan van Niekerk, managed to cut it down to about 7 seconds, but I think that may go and land up with a bit more of a problem. There is Ryan van Niekerk as it stands in first place, following his way through. You can see just trying to keep the momentum as they put up the charge. A little bit sketchy under braking, and also the gear change, you can see, wasn't as smooth as we used to see. He has to try and battle to keep it all in check as they fight their way through, properly running it down to the wire. Ryan van Niekerk knows that time's starting to disappear. Aston Nesbitt getting closer. Aston managing to cut down to 6.8 seconds. So on that last lap alone, took 0.3 of a second away from Ryan van Niekerk, but time is running out. They're on lap 7 out of 10. So Ryan van Niekerk, young rider that's going to one of the young riders. We've got 6 riders going over to the Red Bull Rookies in 2024. Ryan van Niekerk showing off exactly why he's going to the Red Bull Rookies and why he needs to be there. And he is getting chased down by our multiple time champion and our defending champion from 2022 now into 2023, Aston Nesbitt, going to try and close down the distance. Looking at the lap time, Aston Nesbitt did do the fastest lap time of the race, a 109.833, where Ryan van Niekerk did a 109.840. So Ryan van Niekerk only slightly slower than Aston Nesbitt in terms of best lap times. The last lap time though was Aston Nesbitt's best lap time, while Ryan van Niekerk did a 110.2. So getting a little bit slower on the pace and having Aston Nesbitt trying to close down that distance. Aston did get a little bit squirrely under braking though, and that lost him a bit of time. The last lap time he did was 110.9 and lost out that bit of time, back up to 7.5 of a second behind Ryan van Niekerk, who we see currently out on screen in first place. 8 laps so far, 2 laps to go. Ryan focusing on just getting a little bit more gentle on the throttle, not pushing as hard as he was, as he knows that he's got a little bit more of a comfortable gap to second place Aston Nesbitt. Christian Carvello out in third place, trying to make up some ground. Being chased down by Darren Kruger, who is first on the SM1Ss at the moment. 1 lap to go, and it's all out charge for Heat 2. Can Ryan van Niekerk keep it all together to bring home a double win for today and head into Heat 3 with more than enough momentum? Or will Aston Nesbitt be able to snatch it away in form of glory? We're about to find out. Christian Carvello and Kruger also fighting their way around. Let's see how it's going to turn out for them. Keeping the momentum through. You can see a little bit of a slide as Ryan's trying to push a little bit too hard at the moment. He knows that it's all coming to a close and he's just got to keep the momentum up. A little bit unsteady on corner exit, going and catching the curb, and that did unsettle the bike underneath him. Aston Nesbitt also trying to make up a bit of time. He's in second place, but has gone up to about 9.8 seconds between himself and Ryan van Niekerk out in first. And around the corners you go, and checkered flag coming out. Ryan van Niekerk taking 2 for 2, putting a little bit of a wheelie there. Aston Nesbitt will be coming around for second place, and after having a little bit of a spill in turn 2, come Heat 3, I'm sure he's going to be focusing on the charge. And there's Ryan van Niekerk, extremely chuffed at what's going on, trying to catch his breath. Aston Nesbitt making up a bit of ground, closes up, and just going and telling her, he went and crossed up, and oh my, the two of them going and pushing while supporting one another, getting all tangled between one another, and unfortunately not the first time that these two, while going and supporting each other, landed up in a bit of carnage as well. Let's take a look at our provisional results while they get themselves going. Ryan van Niekerk finishing up in first place for our SM1s, Aston Nesbitt in second, third place going to Christian Carvello. We had an awesome fight with our SM1S rider, Darren Kruger, taking first place of our SM1S. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that brings to an end of our Heat 2. Moving on to our Heat 3. Got to look forward to it. We're getting closer and closer to the end. It's something sad, but at the same time, it's going to be glorious. One final time for round 6 of the SA Short Circuit Series. We're going to see all our riders do battle. Our novice and Pee-wee 50 will be heading out onto the short circuit for their final heat of the day up next. lined up on the line is the start of our Heat 3, ladies and gentlemen. Novice and Pee Wee 50 around the short circuit. Get ready for high intensity, lots of action. And our Mini Motor Novice Pee Wee 50 have been absolutely on form today. You can see just trying to build up a bit of heat, get a little bit of friction done there, going and leaning the bike, trying to generate some heat into those rear tires. And did you know, fun fact, in DTM racing, they're not allowed using tire warmers, and the guys got, a couple of teams got fined because they went and left their tires in the sun, and that counts as you warming your tires, and they're legally warming your tires because you left it in the sun. Well, we don't have that in the SA Short Circuit Series. We go to the start line, we rev it up, allow the bikes just to go and give a little bit of a burn to get a bit of friction, a bit of heat generated into those rear tires, and also under braking they are going to be monitoring it. Lined up on the line, let's see who's going to be able to get the jump, and away they go, off to a flying start. It's Otten trying to break away. He knows that AJ Venter, Tanner Oosthuizen, Declan Skuman, Jaco Kutsi, Chris Tillis, James Nodmeyer to get a little bit closer to him. Tebel Mafagati, Xander Detroy and Liam Bronkhorst all looking to do battle. These young guys have been battling it out all the way through and have been on a monstrous charge. Mono Totten stretching open the gap early on. As you can see, the riders battle their way around the course, trying to get a little bit more momentum as they all bunch up. A little bit of a concertina effect that's going on. You've got Tebel Mafagati a little bit further back. You can see with that Lumo helmet trying to make up a little bit more of a distance, side-by-side action as the youngsters make their way through the hairpin. Now they're going to be heading up to the top of the circuit and now maneuver their way down, but it is an absolute monstrous battle where the riders are all trying to figure out what's going to work. Declan Skuman getting caught up in that little battle as well, from what I can see, as they make their way around the circuit, completing their first lap. Otten out in front, will be trying to stretch his lead open a little bit further. And let's see how it's going to all work out. AJ Venter out in second place, Declan Skuman in third, Tanner Oosthuizen, Jaco Kutsi, Chris Tillis, James, all in a monstrous battle as they fight their way through side by side, as our riders really taking it down to the wire. Now, I've got to say, I absolutely love these guys. Go and have a chat to them. These are kids that, when I mentioned, they're 4 years old. They run around all day. They're on scooters. They're playing. They're enjoying the racing at hand. They go and support. They even help out in the pits. But as soon as you get them onto the bike, a red mist comes down and they give it their absolute all. No fear whatsoever. No worry about getting hurt. They are going to push the limits of what they can do out on the track. And just there, James and Chris Tillis going and battling it out. They have got Tebel Mafagati trying to close down on them. Xander Toy as well, just a little bit behind, trying to make a little bit more of a move. James hoping that he can get a little bit more of a drive behind Chris at the moment. And Chris is just battling to hang on to position as they really lean it in. Mafagati taking a very, very tight line, and that was just trying to look on the inside. Wasn't able to get the drive. James, though, is able to get a little bit more momentum. Looks to the inside line, heading into turn 2, backs out of it. Chris managing to defend the position, going on in the middle of the circuit. Mafagati losing out the drive. He has got Xander now looking up around the outside. Xander not able to carry the same momentum. Tebel does look up on the inside of James, not able to make it work. Loses out the drive. Xander now goes side by side with him. Is going to try to go up on the inside. Loses out that little bit of drive, but has tried a big look. Chris Tillis, though, losing out his bit of momentum, and that did cause James to come off the throttle ever so slightly. Tebel Mafagati now right up against the back of him, pushing as hard as he can to keep up the momentum as they're looking to go 2, maybe going 3 wide. Mafagati got that inside line, does hit the brakes a little bit early, as it does have James come across the front, going and defending the position as hard as he can. So absolutely incredible stuff. And I mean, this is a battle for 6th, 7th, 8th position, 9th if you count Xander Toy into it. But out in first is Mono Totten, AJ Venter, Tanner Oosthuizen, Declan Skuman, Jaco Coetzee, Chris Tillett, James going in, running out in 7th position, Tibble Mafakate, along with Xander du Toit, Liam Broncos in 10th position as they fight it out. Every single one of the drivers trying to eke out that little advantage, carrying the momentum through at the moment, and it's going to be an absolute charge down to the wire for all our riders as they make their way around the circuit. Ootson not going to back down from this. He is trying to lead it out. Then you have got this little battle going on, and as Chris Tellis and James going in, battling it out. They're fighting it out for 6th and 7th position at the moment. Tibble Mafakate has got Xander trying to look around the outside. Xander trying to get that momentum. Mafakate going defensive, trying to keep it all at bay as they fight their way through. Time starting to run out as they've got 2 laps left. Ootson out in first, AJ Venter, Tanner Oosthuizen, Declan Skuman, Jaco Coetzee, Chris Tillett, James Kaneki, as they fight their way through. Tibble Mafakate, Xander du Toit and Liam Broncos all going and making a fantastic run at the moment, all trying to fight it out right until the last, all putting on a phenomenal show and showing why they will be the future in the world of short circuit racing and into the world of bikes, as they eventually transition over into the world of long circuit. Ootson coming across the line, starts his final lap, so now making his way through turn 2. Our leader keeping ahead of the likes of AJ Venter, Tanner Oosthuizen, Declan Skuman, Jaco Coetzee, who are fighting it out. Chris Tillett, James Kaneki, along with Tibble Mafakate, Xander du Toit and Liam Broncos. Our leader going and making up a bit of time at the moment. So here is Ootson, our leader, hoping to make it 3 for 3. He's going to try and power his way through, but what a stellar ride it's been. Keeping it consistent, keeping it clean will mean the fight as he battles his way down, and it's got 1 corner to go. Ladies and gentlemen, Ootson taking first place, 3 for 3, clean sweep for our Mini Moto Novice and Pee-wee 50. AJ Venter taking 2nd place, along with Tanner Oosthuizen in 3rd. So AJ Venter doing a phenomenal job. Tanner going and battling it out with Declan at the moment. So phenomenal job from our riders. Absolutely grand stuff as they battle their way through. A couple of battles still happening out on circuit as our riders trying to get their way down through the circuit, right down to the wire. Who can keep up the momentum? Heads down, every single one of them trying to figure out that little bit of momentum. A big look up on the inside, and it looks like we may have had a position change right on the last. Looked like Mafakate just wasn't able to hold against Xander du Toit. So let's take a look at our provisional classes for Heat 3 of our Mini Moto Novice. So taking a look at our Novice, AJ Venter taking the win for our Novice class, Tanner Oosthuizen, Chris Tillett, James Kaneki, along with Xander du Toit, Tibble Mafakate, Liam Broncos, Ootson, Declan Skuman, and Jaco Coetzee, rounding out our field for our Mini Moto Novice and Pee-wee 50 and bringing to a close the end of their heats for today. Next up is going to be our SM2s, and with that being said, let's give a big shout out to our sponsors for all the hard work they've put in behind the scenes to make this all possible for the SA Short Circuit Series of 2023. Big shout out to the 357, AN Racing, Energade, along with DSTV, the G&G Sales and Training Institute, Motor City Auto Spares, Nexo keeping us all safe and sound, and last but not least, goes to Spaniard, who joined up earlier this year. Big shout out to all our sponsors going and giving us all the hard work and all the support in the background, and all this is all brought to you by the SA Short Circuit Series, and the broadcast brought to you by LiveX Productions. And I'm sure you heard them in the background getting excited with some of the racing that's been going on. I can tell you that we've given up sitting on seats. We're either standing or we're on cooler boxes at this point, because there's just no way to sit down with the amazing action that's happening out here on circuit at Formula K for round 6 of the SA Short Circuit Series. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to get running once again with our SM2s for the final time for today. Our SM2s will be taking it. And the riders getting ready to go. Keep an eye on Lewin Vetterman. He's taken 2 wins so far. Ruben's had a little bit of rough luck as they launch their way down the wire, trying to make their way into turn 2. Troy Tonkin, lying in 3rd place, is going to keep up the pressure. He's trying to gain a little bit more time, especially after his race. He's so close more than once, and now wants to try and break the streak of the Vetterman brothers just ahead of him. It does look like Lewin getting a little bit more of a drive. Ruben in 2nd place. Troy Tonkin getting the pressure put onto him from behind. And I think that might be Mitch Mortimer, who is trying to close down. That is Mitch Mortimer on the number 33 bike. Sheldon Nassif also trying to get a little bit more of a drive. He's trailing a little bit behind at the moment. Keep an eye on battles just ahead of him. Ruben right onto the back of Lewin. There's Lewin Vetterman with Ruben chasing him down in 2nd place, going for 1st. But Lewin, who's managed to get 2 out of 2 so far, looking to make it 3 out of 3. A little bit more grip than when they first came out in Heat 2. So Ruben trying to capitalize on that, get a little bit closer on the braking. So is Troy Tonkin though, also pushing the boundaries of what he can do, trying to go a little bit deeper into the corners. Just slightly off apex. Mitch Mortimer as well, just following suit. Mitch losing a little bit of drive as they make their way around. Now heading back into turn 2. 1 lap completed so far for the race. Remember, this is an 8 lap race at the moment, so it's now going to come down to the wire between them. So Lewin now needing to try and dig deep to keep in front of Ruben, who's pressurizing him. Looks up on the inside, massive send. Lewin tries to come across the nose. Big sweep between them, and Lewin just managing to maintain his position, but Ruben going and showing his intent. Said, I am going to come past, whether you know it, whether you like it, you're going to lose out. Lewin, on the other hand, going and defending like no tomorrow at the moment. Both of them fighting within the championship for our SM2s. So the two brothers have so much on the line at the moment that there's no backing out. And I do want to point out, Ruben Vetterman is leading the championship with 316 points. Lewin, who's currently in first, is on 219 points. So a triple win today will definitely help him out, because he's got Diego de Pont with 189 points behind him. So Lewin can walk away with a victory today, will boost him up in the rankings, try and help get a little bit closer and break the point gap between himself and his brother Ruben. While Ruben in second place hasn't had the easiest of runs today, now has to try and figure out what's going to do, how they're going to figure out they're going around this little conundrum that he's got himself into of being in second place. Does go for first, but Lewin going and closing the door. They know each other very well, they know the riding styles very well, and Lewin is well enough aware that Ruben is trying to hunt that first place. And that's sitting in the back of his head is everything that's happened today. While Troy Tonkin, on the other hand, in third place, is trying to close down the distance between them. As they make their way through, starting to open a little bit up between them as they get a little bit more momentum. Lewin trying to get a little bit more of a charge and break away from Ruben as quick as possible. Ruben, though, closes it up in through the infield. He's able to go a little bit later on the brakes. Does look a little bit more confident through the infield versus the likes of Lewin. But Lewin is able to pick up the pace, come turn 1, turn 2. He's a little bit more comfortable to try and break away from it. Troy Tonkin, on the other hand, still staying within arm's reach. He's 1.3 seconds behind. Then you have got like of Mitch Mortimer and Sheldon Nassif also going and having a great run. He's trying to keep them all in check as well, not too far behind. Learn Vetterman in first place. Quickest lap time, a 1:15.916, quicker than Ruben Vetterman's last lap time of a 1:16.123. So that is something to bear in mind as our riders make their way around the circuit. SM2 is the final heat for them, and 5 laps to go. So it does look like it's going to be a proper run down to the wire. Ruben starting to lose the drive though, as Lewin starting to open up the distance between them and get back on the charge. Really trying to open up the distance, trying to get a little bit of a breakaway. Ruben under braking, tries his luck, just can't get onto the anchors. The confidence, I think, starting to take a little bit of a knock, a little bit more worn out, because Ruben has had to work incredibly hard today with all the setbacks he's had, where Lewin, on the other hand, has had a little bit of an easier drive or easier ride. So I don't think he's had as much energy taken away from him, especially during the course of the day. With it being absolutely hot like this, every little bit counts. Every time you just get a little bit more strain, every time you try and push yourself physically harder and harder, it's more and more difficult to try and recover after that lost time. Learn though, going out a little bit wide, that has cost him a little bit of time. That's allowed Ruben to close up the distance. And just listening under braking though, it does sound like Ruben is actually gearing down a lot earlier than Lewin and trying to coast it into the corner. So altering the riding style ever so slightly, maybe because the tyres are not feeling up to what he wants them to be, and so rather just going to take it a little bit more easy and focus on the charge at hand, with Lewin just up the road from him. Lap times though are very close. Vetterman's last lap time, a 1:14.4 versus Ruben Vetterman's 1:14.7. And that isn't too much of a break between them. Troy Tonkin doing a 1:15.7, Mitch Mortimer with a 1:16.4, and then you got Sheldon Nassif doing a 1:17.157. 5 of our riders still currently going around. Sebastiano not able to make it to the grid, and so Sean Peterson also missing out on our SM2s at the moment as they fight their way through. Time starting to tick away, 4 laps to go, getting a little bit off sides as both Ruben and Lewin going and pushing a little bit harder. It seems like the grip starting to fade away from them. Maybe the tires taking a little bit too much strain at this point, and they're starting to lose the confidence under braking and acceleration as it all starts to snap underneath them. But it does look like Ruben has closed down the distance between the likes of himself and Lewin. So Ruben now closed down the distance, is only sitting 0.4, 0.5 of a second off the back of Lewin. Lewin actually slowing up a little bit, and that's allowing Ruben to get a little bit closer. So maybe, a little bit twitchy under braking. That rear starting to step out. Lewin pushing up a little bit harder, closing out, going and slamming on the brakes on the front, but the rear starting to argue and run into issues. And that's allowing Ruben to close down the distance to them. So this is going to be a proper run down to the wire. 2 laps to go. Oh, big crash. That is Lewin. That is Lewin. We were just talking about the rear starting to step out. Well, there it is. Lewin getting himself all kinds of wrong. Now has to try and get himself back together. But with 2 laps to go, that's pretty much mirrored what his brother did at Heat 2. So Ruben now going and taking first place, going, well, I know what that feels like, but you know what, I ain't backing down. Troy Tonkin has got Mitch Mortimer. Suddenly they've been promoted to 2nd and 3rd. So now the race is on for them. Lewin, who's lying in 4th place, trying to go and clean the tyres and at least get a little bit of momentum to hopefully jump onto the back and give himself a little bit of a fight. With 2 laps to go though, make it one less, because Ruben's going to get a little bit closer. But the battle for 2nd, Mitch Mortimer and the likes of Troy Tonkin are going to fight it out. Looks up on the inside, Troy going defensive, holds that apex. Now it's going to be final lap as they accelerate through. Mitch Mortimer looks to go around the inside into turn 1, does so, pushes out wide. Properly putting the fight in. And now they are going as side by side. Troy Tonkin doing everything he can. Mitch Mortimer trying to fight him out as they back all the way through. Does look like Troy Tonkin not able to get the drive as quick as Mitch Mortimer. Mitch Mortimer goes up on the inside, makes it stick. Troy Tonkin goes underneath him as they go side by side. Drag race at the top of the circuit, and under braking does look like Troy's managing to keep it. But time is running short as our leader carving his way up, and Mitch Mortimer versus Troy Tonkin has all changed from a battle of 3rd place, has now gone to 2nd and 3rd. They're going to fight their way through down the wire, heading towards the infield, and this is where you've only got a couple of corners to go, but our leader now only with 4 corners to go will be taking the check flag, but side by side between Mitch Mortimer and Troy Tonkin. So it does look like Ruben taking the overall win and taking the win for Heat 3, but as we see coming across the line, Troy Tonkin able to keep it ahead of Mitch Mortimer. Absolutely incredible stuff. Let's take a look at our provisional results. Our provisional results are brought to you by Motor Timing. So big shout out to Motor Timing for all the hard work they've been doing. But take a look at our SM2s. Ruben Vetman taking 1st place with 2 laps to go. He managed to get ahead of his brother Lewin Vetman, who came off. Then Troy Tonkin taking 2nd place. Mitch Mortimer with a very, very, very close 2nd, only finishing behind by 0.15 of a second behind Troy Tonkin. And Lewin Vetman will be trying to dust himself off and get going once again. He's taken 2 wins for the day, but Heat 3 was just not meant to be. Next up though is going to be our junior 65 and 85. They will be heading out onto the circuit for their final heat of the day here at Formula K for the SA Short Circuit Series, round 6. And ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. It's going to heat up. It's getting better. We're getting closer towards the end. I can feel the tension starting to build up in the pits as everyone wants to know what's to come next. There we go, ladies and gentlemen, a beautiful shot of our riders lining up. Adam Naidu getting himself geared up, hyping himself up. You can see our riders ready to go. Our SM 65 and 85, our David vs Goliath class, looking to do battle once again for the final time here for round 6 of the SA Short Circuit Series. Revving up, all ready to go. And away they go. Adam Naidu off to a tremendous start, trying to break away. Musa Sut in second place, trying to make a little bit of distance, but it does look like Jason van Breda goes underneath him, able to get into second place. So Jason now putting down the chase after Adam Naidu. Now this is going to be something we only saw in Heat 1, now returning for Heat 3. Jason van Breda versus Adam Naidu versus Musa Sut that have battled it out. Each of them trying to push themselves a little bit more, trying to figure out what's going to work. And Adam Naidu trying to break away. Jason van Breda looks underneath the inside of him, unable to get by just as yet. Musa Sut though getting a much better corner exit, gets right onto the back of Jason van Breda. So really trying to force their way through on the 85. So then you've got Keaton Diaga leading out on the 65. Has got little man Mopkate running in second place, with Tristan Swart in third of our 65s, but we're keeping an eye on our top 85s that are out there. You can see a slight ramp as they get over the crest of the infield and having to just try and force that front wheel back down to planet Earth. Adam Naidu though, a little bit twitchy under braking, and that's allowed likes of Jason van Breda to get a little bit closer. Musa Sut though going and having a great time. He is just keeping within tracks of it. 7 laps to go, as it looks like Jason van Breda trying to go around the outside, not able to make it as Adam Naidu walks him out towards here to the curbs. Tremendous stuff at the moment from all the riders, and very using a bit of knowledge of the circuit, a bit of track knowledge, knowing where your competitor needs to be and how you can walk them out to the edge of the circuit. What do you need to do to defend and ensure that you're able to hold your position? Adam Naidu carrying the momentum though is going to allow the likes of Jason van Breda to catch him under braking just for the hairpin. He just was a fraction early on the power, comes across the front, sweeping across the front of the likes of Jason van Breda. He was also trying to gain a little bit of time, both of them trying to go a little bit wide and losing a bit of time. So this is going to be an epic charge as they fight their way through. Each of the riders hoping to just get a little bit more pace in one another for the championship. Adam Naidu though is dealing with Jason van Breda, who is the defending champion. That's why he's got that number 1 on his bike. Now having to contend with Adam Naidu, who is, well, he's the 2022 champion for the 65cc, jumped onto the 85 this year and has been at a proper charge to get to the front. Now going and battling out with the defending champion of Jason van Breda out in second place at the moment. Musa Sut though, also don't count him out. He has been a bit of a rider at the moment that's able to close down the gap in a matter of seconds. So don't blink, you will miss it. Oh, Adam Naidu going out wide, as it does look like Jason van Breda tried to give him a little bit more work. Looks up on the inside, has to back out of it. Jason trying everything he can to force Adam Naidu offline, trying to make him miss those apexes. Now he's lost out a little bit of drive. He's going to have to try and work that way back. Took a little bit of a gamble at the top of the track here, at the top of the hill. Wasn't able to make it. Now it's going to have to follow all the way through the infield. Adam Naidu able to keep it closing. You can see slightly off that curb, just to go a little bit wide over apex at the moment and carry the momentum through as they work their way down into turn 2. Adam Naidu still stretching out the gap, really keeping up the pressure, where he's got Jason van Breda right up against the back of him, focusing on the charge at hand. Needs to see what's going to work for him, keeping him very close to the curbs at the moment, trying to take a much tighter line, but that has cost him a fair chunk of time And oh, Adam Naidu gets going, but Jason van Breda went the other way. And oh, I just see, no, I actually see where Jason van Breda is. He's disappeared over the tires. So he's actually gone over the tires. Red flags come out. So yeah, it's a bit of a shot. There's the photos of the red flags our Kyle Army marshals are putting out, but I'm going to see if maybe, there we go, and getting checked out, our medical crew making sure he's a-okay, and yeah, a bit of a long dive there, but this is why we wear all the gear that we got: helmet, leathers, boots, gloves, the full works, rib protectors and all. But Adam Naidu managed to break away, but did look like either Jason van Breda couldn't sew up in time and it just went over. So he's getting checked out, making sure he's a-okay, but it must have been a bit of a rough landing getting on the other side of the tires. He's all moving, so we've got off to the side here. He is okay, he's moving. Our medical staff busy saying, all right, you need to wait. You're going to wait for it, and just to make sure he is all okay. So on screen now is the legendary airplane that we all know, and there's a shot back down to the start line as our riders are now waiting for the news of their fellow rider, also when to get going for their race. So they'll be waiting, just checking those tires, making sure it's a-okay. But the procedure goes for this: any rider that comes off the bike, especially in big impacts, will be asked to wait in a position. The medical will go and take a look at them. We will have our emergency vehicle to go and make sure that he's a-okay, get him onto a spine board just in case of any problems. But 9 times out of 10, these riders are built that they can bounce and only walk away with a few scrapes and bruises. And just taking a look over at the director's monitor at the moment, I can see Jason van Breda giving a thumbs up. He is just notifying, saying he's okay, just a little bit taking the wind out of him. So while that's being said, we'll keep an eye out on all the action. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short intermission while this is all going on, and we will be back with the racing very, very shortly. All that being said, let's go and say a big thank you to our sponsors. Without them, our 2023 championship would not be happening for the SA Short Circuit Series. So big thank you to you guys. The 357, along with AN Racing, Enerjade, DSTV, G&G Sales and Training Institute, Motor City Auto Spares, Nexo, and Spaniard coming and joining us for 2023, and the live stream all brought to you by Live X Productions. And I'm standing here where the directors, everyone is around, even our camera crew, just going and having something to drink there, but a little bit roasted. And a big thank you to our marshals and our medical crew that have also been battling out with this heat, and the administrative staff who might have been undercover, but they have been running up and down in the pits ensuring it's a-okay, along with all our stewards and COCs. But with that being said, we're going to cut to a little bit of an intermission, enjoy the beautiful sight of the airplane. And one of the most iconic things, you know, we've always said there's always an iconic part of a circuit. Well, Formula K has the beautiful jumbo jet sitting in the middle of the circuit, onlooking the entire of Formula K. Competition is the way of life. That is very, very true words that is written down on the screen, and it doesn't go and sum up the way motorsport is. Competition is the way of life and more. It's the way of dreams. It's the way of fantasy and reality here at the SA Short Circuit Series. Well, we're going to be kicking off with our drives and our riders making their way around the circuits. So let's see how it's all going to go here at the SA Short Circuit Series. Our riders doing a warm-up. Is A-OK. He wanted to get up and get walking once again, but due to protocols, told him wait. Get seen by our paramedics here at Formula K just to make sure and get the all clear and get going once again. We actually saw his bike riding back down to the pits as well, so they managed to get his bike up and going, which tells me that it's not all broken to pieces, but the rider definitely a little bit bruised and a little bit caught out on that one. Next up though, we're going to be restarting our race, and let's see what they will be able to do. Adam Naidu in first place. We'll have to deal with Musa Sut in second place now, as Jason van Breda unfortunately is retired out of the race. So let's see how this is all going to work out. Lined up on the line, refocus, recenter, and away they go. And it does look like Adam Naidu off to a fantastic start. Musa Sut into second place. Keaton Diaga out in third, with Bono Mafakate looking up on the inside, trying to get past him. So 65 cc's, they're running in third place. Is going to be a very close one. But out in first, you can see Daniel Musa Sut. Daniel's in the 65. Muse is currently on the 85 that we got on screen, chasing down Adam Naidu, who's ahead. Adam Naidu just managing to keep it defensive, has to try and refocus on the battle at hand. So let's see how this is all going to work out. Remember, they have got reduced laps now to try and make it all work for their final race of today. Each of them trying to dig deep, focus on the charge at hand. You can see our 65s all trying to make their way around. Very good to see the 65cc class still going strong. 85s still giving it absolutely everything they can around the track. Adam Naidu leading up the field with Musa Sut right behind him, keeping him honest and really trying to pressure him into a mistake at this point. Looks for the inside line, not close enough just as yet, but is going to try to take it down to the wire. As you see, 6 laps to go for our riders, so it's going to be a proper charge down to the wire for every single one of them for heat 3. Looks up on the inside, can't make it work, tries to go for the outside line, focusing on what needs to be done at this point. Everyone digging deep, trying to find that little advantage, that half a second that's needed to go and get first, second or third place at the moment. Adam Naidu in first, with Musa Sut in second, Keaton Diaga in third, Bono Mafakate in fourth. Fifth place, Lorenzo DuPont, Tristan Swart, Joe Lowe in 7th position, all fighting it out. And you can see Sut trying to go around the outside, looks at the inside line, can't go for it. Adam Naidu able to out-accelerate at the moment and really keep up the momentum. Keaton Diaga in 3rd place, Bono Mafakate dealing with Lorenzo DuPont right behind him, trying to pressurize him into a mistake. Tristan Swart and Joe Lowe as well, also going and chasing through. But back out on front, so currently on screen is the battle for overall position and for class position. Our SM 85cc class, Adam Naidu, the 2022 65cc champion this year, jumping onto an 85 and having to take the fight not only to Jason van Breda, but also now getting a fight from Musa Sut, who is properly on a charge, really giving it everything he can to get as close as possible and keeping right on the rear wheel. None of them are able to let up at this moment. No way you can take a breath. You're going to have to really work it out as they put the power down, going and gunning it down the back of the circuit. They will then get past into the sharp hairpin just after the aeroplane, and now claw their way to the very top of the circuit. you can see News trying to go around the outside, tries to go for a cutback, sends it up on the inside, just can't make it stick. Just had the door closed on him, but properly tried. And Adam Naidu really focusing on the charge at hand. He knows that he's under pressure. This News on that 85 is not going to make it any easier for him. He's going to try and look up on the inside. Once again, not able to make it stick just as yet as they get into the toe, pulling themselves along. Adam Naidu really doing everything he can, trying to dig deep a little bit, goes out wide. He's trying to get a little bit closer to him, looks up on the inside, can't get to him, but is going to try on the exit to get the momentum right up against the rear wheel. There's not much distance between the two of them. Everything at stake at the moment, both fighting for the championship, both needing valuable points at this hand. And Adam Naidu hoping that he can just break away and score a triple win for today. It's going to be extremely difficult. And then you've got Yasut, who is in second place at the moment, but has been on a proper charge. Closes up under the hairpin, just not able to get by as they will climb their way up the hill. And you can see how close they were, because in that single camera shot, you actually couldn't see Muse right behind him. He mirrored Adam Naidu to the absolute T to try and utilize every little bit of the slipstream to get on that inside line as they claw their way through. The day starting to get a little bit cooler, the wind starting to pick up, the track starting to cool down ever so slightly as they claw their way through. There's a beautiful shot to show how close they actually get to the curbing, how they have to utilize every part of the circuit. 3 laps to go for our leaders. Adam Naidu trying to hang it on for 3 laps. And you can see how close they are, how tight the racing actually is, that there's no give. Both riders trying to figure out what will be the opportunity to either get ahead or get away at this point. Adam Naidu keeping a very tight inside line, is now going very defensive. News right behind him is going to try and challenge him. Now the hairpin, this is where Adam Naidu isn't as confident, slows up quite a bit. News tries to go underneath him, will drag race him up to the line. Up at the top of the circuit, News tries to go once again for the inside line, just can't make it stick. Properly taking a look. And he's waiting for that opportunity. Now getting it behind one of the 65cc's. That's going to cost a little bit of time. Adam Naidu going and losing out time, but it doesn't look like News was all set up to try and capitalize on it. He had to try and get himself all back in check before he could even go for the pass. So that's going to help Adam Naidu in this. But side by side and wheel to wheel, they are going to properly challenge it. Now down to turn 2. You can see Adam Naidu going and sweeping across the front of Yasut's front wheel, making sure that he can try and kill off a drive. Both of them going up very wide, clawing their way up the hill now, trying everything they can to really get the drive. 2 laps to go, and it's going to be all or nothing at this point for our riders. Fighting their way through, properly leaning on the throttle, hoping that they can get one up on one another. And Naidu losing out the drive. This time was a little bit quicker on the exit, and Hughes was a little bit slower onto the throttle, not able to go for that inside line. Going to back out of it and wait, try and work on a tactic, because next time around it will be the final time. Next time around will be a game over. Adam going and lifting up that front wheel, so trying to close down the distance at the moment. He's doing everything he can to just get a bit closer, fraction under braking. As they come around, they see last lap to make it or break. A couple of corners to determine the victor for Heat 3 after a thrills and spills of a drive. Adam Naidu not getting too much of a drive, and there we go. This is a little bit further back. This is for our 65s, and mainly this goes back to 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, as we've got Lorenzo DuPont Tristan Swart and Bono Mafakate, Joe Lowe, all going and battling it out for their class position. And it does look like Tristan closing up on the back of Lorenzo Mafakate, trying to also make a little bit of an impact. And back up to the sharp end of the field. This is for first and second of our 85s and first and second overall. Adam Knight is still leading the charge. News doing everything he can to try and close up the distance between them. Getting right into the toe, into the infield. Will he be able to capitalize? Will he be too far back? He tries to send it up on the inside. Unable to do so. Getting as early as he can onto the throttle, but only with a couple of corners to go. One final corner. Adam Naidu taking the win. Yusya Sut taking second place. It was only behind him by 0.124 of a second. Taking a look at our third place and also first in class, Keaton Diaga is running away in the 65 class. Will be taking third place if he can keep it all together. Phenomenal run on his part. But here comes the rest of the field as we see them come pouring out. Lorenzo DePont, Tristan Swart, Bono Mafakate, Joe Lowe, Daniel Isat, all going and pushing as hard as they can. Mafakate trying to go and maintain his position. He's got a lot of pressure from Joe Lowe behind him. Joe trying to pressurize him into a mistake. And just ahead, we have got Tristan Swart trying to go on the inside of Lorenzo DePont, unable to do so as they come across the line. Fantastic, fantastic drive. Let's take a look at our provisional results, brought to you by Motor Timing. And there it is, our SM65. Keaton Diaga taking the win. Lorenzo DePont, Tristan Swart, Bono Mafakate, Joe Lowe, and Daniel Yusuk up into 6th place. Quandre Porkita into 7th. Luca Bergover going and unfortunately not able to finish. He retired. And for our 85s after the restart, Adam Naidu taking first place and Yusya Sut taking 2nd place and was the fastest 85 out on the circuit, 1:17.360 over Adam Naidu's 1:17.380. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said and done, next up we're going to be moving up into our Masters, Grand Masters and Clubmans for their final heats of today. So get ready to rock and roll as we get closer and closer, nearing the end of the day's racing here at Formula K for round 6 of the SA Short Circuit Series. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's take a look at our Masters, Grand Masters and Clubmans. Our cricketers ready and waiting. South African flag being shown with pride, not only because we're leading into the World Cup, but also because the SA Short Circuit Series, proudly South African, with the best South African riders. Well, no, I'm going to say something different. We've got the best South African riders, but what we're seeing here today is we've got the best riders in the world lined up on the line, getting ready to do battle, and we've got our Masters and Grand Masters, along with our clubmen, are going to be warmed up. They're going to be ready. They shook off, seeing everything that's gone on, knowing that this is their time to shine for the final race of today, for the Masters, Grand Masters, and for our clubmen. We're looking forward to a great run. Let's see who will be able to power their way down the wire for the final heat. We saw some great racing a little bit earlier in Heat 1 and Heat 2. It's going to carry over come Heat 3. Our clubmen will be first to launch off the line, get themselves going, and then we'll have our Masters and Grand Masters following suit afterwards. Whistles blown, everyone to clear the circuit, and away they go. Oh, a little bit of a rough start for one of our clubman riders, and that might have been the likes of either Mitch Mortimer or Arno Erasmus. They got a little bit of a rough start, and now our Masters and Grand Masters getting themselves going. They are trying to get onto the power, and they have been released by the marshal for the start of their race. That being said, they're going to have to chase the clubmen just ahead of them, of Arno Erasmus and Mitch Mortimer. So David Ringer, who's hoping to keep up the pace against Christian Carvello, as they'll all be maneuvering their way through. And you can see Christian Carvello immediately onto the back of David Ringer. These two have had a rivalry the whole of today, and even down in the pits. Well, there's been discussions of, I'm going to beat you, and you're going to have to owe me a soda at the end of this whole little bit. And Christian Carvello, David Ringer are going to keep each other honest, because everyone wants to walk away with a chocolate milkshake by the end of the day, especially with the warm weather we've been having. As they lead out, then you have got Michael Lowe giving chase. He was watching his son a little bit earlier, Joe Lowe, go around the circuit and also put up a monstrous fight. So let's see how this is all going to work out as they power their way through. Arno Erasmus and Mitch Mortimer looking to try and carry a little bit more of a run, as they will keep on the throttle. Coming across the line, Mitch Mortimer, Arno Erasmus breaking away. David Ringer ahead of the likes of Christian Carvello at the moment. Christian trying to look up on that inside line, unable to do so just as yet. David going and ensuring that there's going to be no way to get past. Christian tries to look to the outside, tries to look for the inside, unable to make his way through just as yet. Gets into the toe, does do a late lunge up on the inside, and it does look like David managing to open up the distance between the two of them. So David taking note of what Christian's trying to do, trying to force a mistake at hand. Christian just closing up under the hairpin and going a little bit later, able to bleed off the brakes a little bit earlier, and was a little bit more comfortable. David Ringer did not expect to have Christian going so close to him into that hairpin, got a little bit of a fright and had to just try get onto the throttle a little bit earlier as they're clawing their way past. This is a battle for the SM Masters class, but also they are currently running 3rd and 4th overall behind Arno Erasmus and Mitch Mortimer. They are running 1st and 2nd overall, and they are fighting out for their clubman's class. As it stands, so you can see David really working hard to keep Christian at bay. Christian does look on the inside for the hairpin, not able to make it stick just as yet. Trying his luck though, as he looked to the inside line, couldn't work it out, had to dial it all back. Gets behind David Ringer, trying to utilize the slipstream now, claw his way back, start thinking of the strategy of what do I need to do to get past a massive send up the inside. Christian gave David no chance to choose whether he wanted to go for it. David now having to try and battle it out, may do exactly the same. Change of surface flag is out, so there's a little bit of caution coming into play, but they're starting to catch up to 2nd place. And 2nd are the clubmen, and 2nd overall, Mitch Mortimer is going to keep an eye in his mirrors and seeing, well, keeping an eye over his shoulder and seeing the lights of David Ringer and the likes of Christian going and chasing him down. Christian will be the first one to open the door and get past, because he does not want to be caught up and allow David to get any closer than he is at the moment. As they tuck up right behind, you can see Christian having to get off the throttle, getting a bit of a snap oversteer, goes around the outside, managing to make it work. David Ringer looks up on the inside, and Mitch Mortimer gets given no option other than move out the way quickly, as these two now have taken second and third overall and fighting it out for their class rights. Mitch Mortimer, knowing that they're not in the same class, having to come off the throttle and say, all right, well, I'm going to hold back on this. I'm going to focus on what I need to do. You two go battle it out. Maybe you can pull me along as well. Do me a favor to catch up to Arno Rasmus up ahead. Arno trying to get a little bit more of a drive, but Christian Calvello has got David hunting him down. They're going to be closing up on the likes of Arno Rasmus very, very soon as they claw their way around the field. Yeah, Formula K. Our riders trying to figure out what's going to work for them. 5 laps to go left of this, and it's proper close battles between them. So they are properly battling it out at the moment. Christian starting to open the gap. David dropping back a little bit more now, roughly about 1.5 seconds behind, and David just managing to keep a little bit closer as they fight their way through. It's turning into a proper little run. David trying to work a little bit harder. Christian Calvello though taking a lot of a tighter line, not as much on the throttle on the exit as he was on the previous lap, so maybe fatigue starting to kick into play. Goes in a little bit hot, loses out a bit of drive, so does David though. So I would have to go and chalk this up to the riders are starting to feel very, very fatigued on the way, trying to carry the momentum through. It's been a very, very long day in the sun, having a bit of fun in the sun as they fight their way through. And on this circuit here at Formula K, a very technical circuit that does require you to ensure you have your rhythm just right, the line's absolutely perfect. Otherwise you will land up in a world of hurt. You can lose some serious drive or land up in the weeds incredibly quickly. It's a very physically demanding circuit with its undulations, forcing the riders to deal with not only change of canvas through corners, but also the undulations going up and down, holding on to the handlebars, ensuring that you don't get too much lift on that front, and you have to make sure it's firmly planted to the ground, but also having to just move the weight of the bike left and right in rapid successions does go and fatigue our riders quite a bit. There isn't much breathing room around the circuit, and I think that's what we're starting to see effects come into play. Christian opening up the distance away from David Ringer. David taking a look, trying to spot his apexes. Christian Calvello though, on the other hand, is keeping his head firmly planted straight, seeing the target in sight, seeing Mitch Mortimer just ahead of him as they chase down. Mitch Mortimer's fastest lap time of the race was a 1:16.274. Christian Calvello's though was a 1:13.974. So Christian Calvello's fastest lap time actually slower than Mitch Mortimer's lap time. But taking a look at their last lap time, Mitch Mortimer, a 1:16.274 was his last lap time, where Christian Calvello's last lap time was 1:14.019. So a little bit slower, just keeping within arm's reach at the moment as they're trying to get closer and closer to the battles at hand. 2 laps to go for our riders, for our Masters and Grand Masters and Clubmans here at Formula K for the SA Short Circuit Series, round 6. We keep an eye on Christian Calvello, who is trying to gain a little bit of time at the moment. As it stands with our field, Christian Calvello getting a little bit more of a drive. I think they have actually got the head of Mitch Mortimer. He has. So Christian Calvello leads the field, Mitch Mortimer in second, David Ringer in third, fourth on Erasmus, Michael Lowe, Vaughan Broncos, and Sean Peterson going and rounding out our field as it stands currently. Our bikes still giving it everything they got. Our riders pushing the limits of what they can do for Heat 3 of round 6. For the Masters and Grandmasters, along with our clubmen all combined to one another. Last lap, ladies and gentlemen, last lap. And it's all or nothing. Mitch Mortimer leading out the field. Christian Carvello in second place will be looking at trying to take first place right before the end. He's going to push as hard as he can. Mitch Mortimer, on the other hand, is first to the Covenants. Christian Carvello is first to the Masters class. Two different bikes. And Mitch Mortimer on little forehands and trying to keep himself going. Now has got the Husky a little bit lighter and also with the same engine capacity, going and closing up the distance behind him as they weave their way down the course. Mitch Mortimer hoping that he can just keep the momentum up at this point through the infield. Will he be able to hold the overall first position? Under braking, tries to go as late as he can to just keep Christian Carvello at bay, and looks like he's done so. Mitch Mortimer taking first overall and first for Clubman's. Christian Carvello taking first for the Masters as they fight their way through. So, with that being said, as our riders start progressing their way over the line, let's take a look at our provisional timing brought to you by Motor Timing. So, our C2 class, which is our Clubman's class, Mitch Mortimer taking first place on Erasmus down into second place. Sean Peterson taking first of our Grandmasters. Looking at our Masters, Christian Carvello leading out with David Beringer, Michael Lowe and Vaughan Bronkhurst rounding out our field here at Formula K for Heat 3 of the Masters, Grandmasters and Clubmans for their final heat of the day. Absolutely tremendous stuff. Next up though is going to be our 150 Cup and 150 Seniors. They will be heading out onto the circuit for their final heat of the day. And just listening to all the riders as they come by the commentary tent over here, you can hear the excitement building up, the excitement of, oh, we managed to do it, we managed to have a great race, it's over, I can now go and have something to drink, go relax and cheer on my mates as they finish up the day. Starting with the 150 Cup and 150 Seniors is our third last race of the day. Then we'll be followed by SM50cc, SM Junior 50cc, and rounding out the day will be our SM1 and SM1S. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. There is more to come, plenty more racing, a lot of fun to be had here at Formula K for the SA Short Circuit Series Round 6. And it's only going to get better as we get closer and closer to the closing of the racing. But to see who's going to be able to walk away with enough points come the end of this season to call themselves the 2023 champion. Find out, keep an eye on it. Also take a look over at our social media. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we head into our 150 Cup and 150 Seniors. This is a class that has been really hyped up. It's exciting. Remember, because our 150 Cup class riders, the winner of today, will be walking home with 5,000 Rand cash in their pockets. So if you come first in the 150 Cup, well, you're walking around with 5,000 Rand for the long weekend. And that is a good way to start the long weekend, because that's going to be a brilliant ride to go and invite your mates, especially for Heritage Day. So there's a lot on line here, and our riders all know it is coming. So let's see, taking a look down at the field, do my eyes deceive me? Do I see a blue bike out in the front? And yes, I do. That number 41 goes to a rider that just earlier launched himself over the tyres. Jason van Breda is back on the grid. So Jason van Breda, after launching himself over the tyres, got seen by the medics. They said, "You're all clear, you're a little bit bruised." He said, "Great, get my next bike ready. I'm going back out. I'm going to have a bit of fun, and let's see what happens." He wants to go challenging for the position. Caden Roberts, along with Troy Tonking, Arno Erasmus, Jared J. Penn, Ryan van Niekerk are all going to be battling it out. Remember, Ryan actually had a problem in Heat 2 where he landed off onto the side when it all swept out underneath him. So let's see what's going to happen. Lined up on the line, ready to go, and away they go. Caden Robin off to a great start. Jason van Breda a little bit slower than he planned. Ryan van Niekerk also to a great start, trying to get himself out on the inside and launch his way through. Troy Tonkin getting involved in the fight as well. But it does look like the fight starting out with Jason van Breda, who has not missed a step after being out for a little bit, is now got Caden Robert right behind him, trying to give it everything he's got as they put the power down. Caden Roberts into the slipstream, pulling himself along, doing everything he can. Does look to the outside, not able to do it just as yet. Jason van Breda taking very defensive, runs out wide and trying to carry his way through. Does look like Arno Erasmus getting a little bit closer as well in third place. Just looking at that shot. So Arno Erasmus focusing on what he needs to do to try and close down on our 150 Cup riders. Jason van Breda leading up the field. Hopes if he can keep up the pace today, it's going to stretch out his championship and really make a bit of an impact. Ken Robin also be heading over to the 2024 Red Bull Rookies Cup along with Ryan van Niekerk. Jason van Breda out in first place, a multi-championship winning rider looking to try and make a bit of headway as well in his young riding career, part of the Van Breda family that have won national colours numerous times here in South Africa, and looking to carry on the legacy as well as our riders make their way into turn 2. Take a look at the battle going on. I think that is Ryan van Niekerk that may be battling it out. Yes, it is. As he gets himself past, there's a quick thank you, and managing to keep up the pace as well. So, see how this is going to turn out. The race getting a lot quicker between everyone. So Jared J. Penn trying to move his way up through the gap as they claw their way through. Riders trying to battle it out. First, second and third. Here's Jason van Breda, Ken Robin, along with Ryan van Niekerk, who's now stepped it up into fourth place. Started at the back. Troy Tonkin down into fifth. Jared J. Penn into sixth place at the moment. It's chased down. Back up to first, so currently on screen. The blue bike that you see ahead of them on the 150, that is Jason van Breda running Caden Roberts out to the King Price Extreme machine. Now getting walked off to the edges of the circuit, ensuring that he's going to have to go the long way around at the moment, and that's not going to be an easy feat to do because it does run you out onto the marbles. And you can see how close they are running between one another. Caden Roberts running up very, very wide. It's actually running onto the curb on the exit of turn 2. That is going and giving him a little bit of a scare because he loses drive, he loses grip out there and has to battle it out. Does look for the inside, looks for the outside as he closes up the distance to Jason van Breda in first place. Tries to go around the outside. Jason walks him out a little bit wider. Caden having to just dial it back a little bit, drop back into the toe. And pushing hard Jason trying to walk Caden out a little bit further every single time as these two riders look to do battle. They know each other very, very well from the early days, running on the 50cc all the way up. These riders have a years and years of experience of being on the same track as one another, knowing each other's skills and limits and where they can push, taking on each other around the countryside, from the coast to the high veld. It's all being seen, and you can see Caden Robert going around the outside. He's going to try to walk him out, unable to do so, and you can see how hard the likes of Jason van Breda walking Caden Robert out to the edges of the circuit, going with a massive defense at the moment, trying to keep it all up and going. Caden Roberts getting into the toe, pulling himself along, doing a fantastic job as he claws back the distance, trying to figure out what can he do, how can he get by, looks inside, looks outside, trying to figure out what is going to work for him at this point. Getting on the power, looks for the inside line once again, trying to go very, very late under the brakes, goes out wide on exit, and that has to go and slow him up because he needs to bring it all back, slow down the pace a little bit just to bring it back as they fight their way into the hairpin now. Does look like there's a bit of a gap starting to open up. Jason Roberts a little bit further back. We've got Arno Rasmus and Ryan van Niekerk. Now Ryan's starting to close up the distance to Arno Rasmus. He doesn't seem to have the same gearing as what he would like as well. And landing up a bit of an issue there. So just not getting the same drive in and out of corners. Some of the riders battling a little bit. So this is a lot of strain. Caden Robert once again going out wide, right onto the curb. Jason van Breda ensuring that it's not going to be an easy feat at this point. So Jason and Caden are going to slug it out. Gloves off, nowhere to go. Jason holding the inside line. He's going to go a little bit wide. Caden getting a little bit of a better drive on the exit of turn 2, trying to pull himself up, heading into turn 3, turn 4. Now snake their way up through the circuit, work their way back up the hill. This is where it's all about keeping the rhythm and really focusing on what you need to do. Try and get that corner momentum, and you can see Caden really gets right behind the wheel of Jason van Breda. Now into the toe, pushing as hard as he can. This is going to be a proper chase down to the wire. Looks up on the inside, hard on the brakes. Couldn't go for the inside line, but he did try with a very late braking. Caden just losing out of pace. Now Jason van Breda trying to go and stretch it out a little bit. Caden taking a wider line this time around. He's going to be coming down the hill with a little bit more pace. Back for our third and fourth. We've got Ryan van Niekerk going in, trying to make a bit of headway as well. So Caden is right on the back of Jason van Breda, hoping to close down the distance between the two of them, properly putting up the fight, and they will be starting their third last lap. So 3 laps to go now that they've crossed the line, and it's all out for our riders needing to push themselves that little bit harder. Caden losing the pace into turn 2, just getting a little bit worn out, has to try and come back. He's been taking rather lengthy dives at first place from a bit far back, and also trying to go around the outside must be taking a lot out of him, having to just try and maneuver that bike and ensure that he is in the best possible position to get past. Fighting their way through. This is going to be a very, very hard run for both riders at the moment. Caden just managing to keep on the throttle a little bit longer through the top, and it's hoping that it's just enough. We do have a change of position for third place. Ryan van Niekerk now into third place. Arno Rasmus dropping into fourth place. Ryan van Niekerk trying to make up a bit of time. Caden Roberts on his last lap did a 120.418, where Jason van Breda did a 120.242. So Jason just a tad quicker, not by much, 0.2 of a second between the two of them. 2 laps to go for the remaining parts of the race. First and second now have opened it up. Jason van Breda hoping that it's just going to be enough between them. And now it's going to be a charge down to the wire. So Jason Monbadar from an early accident, and might I remind you, was just over one category ago. He landed up going over the tire wall, and he managed to then get himself all sorted out and back out onto the bike, which is absolutely fantastic stuff to see. And still putting up an amazing fight despite it all. Caden Roberts trying to close down the distance, but I think may have let up on the fight, and he's just focusing on getting it to the line at this point as they try to close down the distance. Last lap for our riders. So as it stands, Jason Van Breda in first place, Caden Roberts in second, Ryan van Niekerk in third, Arno Erasmus, Troy Tonkin, Jared J. Penn maintaining their positions on the 150 Cup, hoping that they can carry the momentum through at the moment. But our 150 Cup and 150 Seniors being a class that has been hyped and has really produced some amazing riders who have really stepped up the mark. Also knowing that there is prize money on the line has really forced riders to take the initiative to just practice a little bit more, work a little bit more, and see what they can improve to go and get there. It's also gone and brought riders like Clint Seller back to all of the SA short circuit racing to take on the likes of Aston Leslie on the 150, which is absolutely tremendous stuff. We've seen plenty of riders work their way from the 150s into large track racing. Couple of corners to go, and Jason Van Breda will be taking the flag. So Jason Van Breda taking first place, Caden Roberts will be taking second, third and fourth though looks like it's in a bit of contention. Arno Erasmus managing to get ahead, Ryan van Niekerk trying to drag race him into the corner. They're going to be side by side. Who's later on the brakes? Arno Erasmus does go on side by side, walks Ryan van Niekerk out wide. So Arno Erasmus taking third place, and Ryan van Niekerk going and taking fourth after getting walked out a little bit far there. Just tremendous stuff. Absolutely amazing work from our 150 Cup and 150 Seniors. And what a race down to the wire, where it's all come to a close. But ultimately, taking a look, Jason Van Breda taking first place, Caden Roberts will be taking a second place for Heat 3, Arno Erasmus ahead of Ryan van Niekerk, Troy Tonkin, Jared J. Penn. Then for our 150 Senior, Colin Swartz and Sean Portman rounding out our field for the 150 Senior class. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Checker flags being waved by our Kyle Army Marshals for the final heat of our 150 Cup and 150 Senior for round 6 of the SA Short Circuit Series. Next up though, we will be having our SM Junior 50cc's coming out onto the circuit. We're looking forward to it, you're looking forward to it, everyone's looking forward to it. So keep your eyes on the prize, keep your eyes on the screen, because there's plenty more racing to come from the SA Short Circuit Series. Round 6! All right, ladies and gentlemen, time for our second last race of the day, and that is our SM Junior 50cc lined up and ready to go. Let's see what they will be able to do, and away they go, off to a flying start. SM Junior 50cc have been on a proper rampage all day to go and improve their times. Keaton Diaga, who was out in first in Heat 1 and in Heat 2, looking to try and make it a double victory, has got Ethan the Freitas right behind him. Ethan really focusing on the charge, getting tucked up right underneath the rear wheel, trying for the inside line, unable to do so, really pushing as hard as he can to try and dethrone Keaton Diaga. Keaton trying to go defensive, holding that inside line. Ethan coming back at him, going and stretching out a little bit around the outside, now into the toe, really pushing as hard as he can, looks around the outside once again. And you can see Keaton not backing down from this. Ethan looking around the outside, trying to see what's going to be the opportunistic moment to get past once again as they battle their way through. This is an 8-lap race. It is all on the cards for our riders as they push themselves a little bit harder every step of the way. And Keaton this time not running away because Ethan the Freitas is right on his tail. Ethan's going to properly take the fight to first place. Says Keaton, you run away more than enough time. It's now time for Ethan to get that first place. As they charge their way around the circuit, Keaton starting to open up the gap a little bit more. Ethan trying to close it back down, under braking, loses out a little bit of drive, going out too wide just at the top end of the circuit. Now going a little bit of a late apex to just carry the momentum through on these SM Junior 50cc's. They're having to expand on the fundamentals from what they've learned earlier on, and now focusing on getting the lines absolutely perfect, utilizing more and more of the circuit, but not to go too far, otherwise you will end up going and costing yourself time. Also, where are you going to brake? How long are you going to stay on the brakes for? How much are you going to brake? That's all running through the heads of these riders. Can I go and close up these 0.1, 0.2 of a second? What I need to go and either get closer to my competition or break away. How much of the brakes do I actually need? Can I use the engine to slow me down instead of using the anchors and try and get the bike slowed down that way? See if maybe the engine can be the benefit when you bleed off the throttle. As they going on and off like a switch, going and trying to keep on the throttle as much as possible, closing down the distance. Ethan trying to go around the outside, not able to do it. Keaton really going and stomping his dominance at the moment, but Ethan really going to go and try and beat him out. Goes into the hairpin, just not able to get on by as yet. Going to keep into the toe as they claw their way through, and it does look like Keaton managing to sweep across the front of Ethan at the moment, battling their way through, constantly on the throttle, hoping that it may be enough to keep themselves going. Keaton now got a better drive onto the back straight. Ethan not going as far wide, going to keep into the toe, does look on the inside, big look, but unfortunately just wasn't close enough to try and capitalize on it. Had to go a little bit harder on the brakes than planned, because he was just a fraction too far back. That allowed Keaton to come and cross the nose and able to maintain his position. They are giving it absolutely everything they got. Now, we talk about MotoGP riders being able to go and push themselves to a limit. Well, this is the future MotoGP riders that we're seeing out on circuit, showing off exactly what they can do. Taking a look at the lap time, so Keaton Diaga did put in the fastest lap time, but not by much. At 49.577, but Ethan de Freitas did a 49.772. So Ethan trying to close down. Blake Robert in third place, along with Moritz Otten in fourth place. As our riders trying to push themselves a little bit more. Ethan right on the back of Keaton. He's not going to back out of this one. Gets into the toe, really pushing himself along as the clock's starting to run out. 3 laps to go in this 8-lap race. Ethan looks around the outside, not able to make it stick just as yet. Walks out a little bit to the edges of the circuit. Keaton ensuring that he's going to try and maintain his position, trying to force the competition to go around the long way around. As they power their way through, it's not going to be a back out just as yet. Keaton now opening up the distance. Ethan immediately closing it down as they get onto the back straight. little bit too far back to go look for an inside dive, but Ethan is going to take the more unconventional approach, go out very, very wide and try slingshot his way through to try and get a little bit closer and close the gap to Keaton at the moment. And as by the looks of it, Keaton managing to just get a little bit quicker, pulling out all the stops at this point. He wants to try and break away. 2 laps to go though for our SM Junior 50cc. And you can see Ethan running out wide once again, just trying to keep it all together and really putting knee down to just go and battle it out. Well, Keaton Diaga at this point a little bit more composed and ready to go. Ethan at the moment trying to throw the bike around, get as much momentum as possible to close down the distance, but they're running out of time. Keaton needs to keep up the pace, otherwise Ethan will get past him, or Ethan needs to keep up the pace if he wishes to still hang on to the hopes of going for first place. 1 lap to go, last lap, heat 3, final time for Formula K for 2023 for our SM Junior 50cc, and it's all on the line. Keaton Diaga out in front, Ethan all right behind him. Ethan trying to close it down and doing everything EDF Racing cheering on. Keaton Diaga going and having his whole family and team cheering him on, focusing on the battle at hand, running right down to the wire. Also take a look further back, it does look like it's Otten managing to get away from Blake Roberts. So Blake Roberts dropped down a position, he's trying to fight back, but first and second still up for contention at the moment. Keaton Diaga needs to keep it all together. Ethan has got his head down, looks up on the inside, trying to come past. Let's see if he can carry the drive, but it looks like Keaton Diaga taking first place. Ethan the Frutas taking second place, and third place is still up for grabs, so as they battle their way around. And there it is, bit of a cheering on for Keaton Diaga and Ethan the Frutas, but third place is still up for contention. They're battling their way around now, weaving their way down the field. And this is Blake Roberts getting ahead of Otten. Otten tries to go for the inside line. He is unable to do so. He's going to try it once again. Blake Roberts going out wide, carries the momentum, maintaining third place. That's Otten taking fourth place at the end. Let's head to our provisional results, brought to you by Motor Timing. And there it is, Keaton Diaga out in first place, Ethan the Frutas in second, Blake Roberts taking third place, and Monitz Otten finishing up in fourth. What a race for our SM Junior 50cc. From first, second, third and fourth, they were right on top of one another. They weren't going to back off, and they showed exactly why they are going to be the future champions of the world straight from SA. Next one is our final race, ladies and gentlemen. Our final race for the day, our final race for round 6, our final race here at Formula K. And our final time at Formula K for 2023 will end off with the biggest bang, as we're going to have our SM1s and our SM1Ss heading out onto the circuit for their 10 laps, their final heat. Get ready for the hooligans coming out next for the SA Short Circuit Series Round 6 right here in Boksburg at Formula K. Right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, are you excited? Because I am definitely excited to see this battle happen. This is our SM1 and SM1S lining up for the final time today, and it's going to be a proper little fight. Ryan van Niekerk has turned around to Aston Nesbitt and said, listen, if I beat you, you owe me a chocolate milkshake. If you beat me, you owe me the chocolate milkshake. So, there's been a bet of a chocolate milkshake on the line for our hooligans, and how's that for a bit of a slide and coming in, doing a little bit of a stoppie for Ryan van Niekerk, and what a way to do it. Putting on a bit of a show, showing exactly why he's a hooligan. Who needs tires? Who needs grip? I'm just going to focus on the charge at hand. Aston Nesbitt, starting out in second place, is looking to try and make up a bit of time after his race. Christian Carvello is going to be keeping an eye on Darren Kruger, who's been closing down on him all day and putting up a monstrous fight. Are we going to see Ryan van Niekerk be able to maintain and take first place away from Aston Nesbitt today? Will Christian Carvello have Darren Kruger going and battling him out? Well, we're about to find out. And as they take off on the line, it does look like Christian is a bit slower. Darren right up into third place, now going and chasing down Aston Nesbitt. Ryan van Niekerk out in first place, and this is going to be a proper charge. Christian Carvello had a nightmare of a start, and he is way down the order as they fight their way through. Aston Nesbitt constantly putting the pressure onto Ryan van Niekerk, trying to figure out where he can go get past. You can see Ryan van Niekerk actually taking a look underneath his arm just to see where exactly is Aston Nesbitt. Aston sends it up on the inside and just slows it down right by the rim of Ryan van Niekerk. Kruger also trying to get a little bit more of a drive and dealing with the pace at hand. He is on the stock, the SM1S, trying to chase down the more modified class that's ahead of him. So he's just going, if I can keep up with him, if I can keep that pace, it's going to be an absolute charge down to the wire. Ryan van Niekerk hoping that he can get a little bit more pace underneath him. He slides out, Ryan van Niekerk slides out. Trying to get it all started, loses our position to Kruger. Now Kruger's up into second place. Aston Nesbitt going, well, thank you very much, I'm going to get past. But a little bit of a slide, that front letting go, just running out of grip. And unfortunately, that cost him first place for now. Let's see if he can close down onto Aston Nesbitt, who now leads out the field, trying to slide his way through, keeping a very close eye on the hand. He needs to keep up the momentum. It does look like Ryan van Niekerk may have gotten past the likes of Kruger. Yep, actually retaken second place. So Aston Nesbitt coming into shot, and there is the likes of Ryan van Niekerk and David right behind him. Christian Carvello though starting to close down the distance and wants to go into third place. He's taken the fight to Kruger. Darren's not going to back down from this one. As you see Aston Nesbitt giving it everything he's got, really trying to power his way through. Ryan van Niekerk as well, trying to slide his way around, trying to get that little bit more momentum. This is where it all went wrong. Can he carry the grip? That all looked absolutely perfect that time around. Leaning in, you can see, trying to lean right off the bike to just shift as much momentum as possible as he battles his way through. So there is Darren Kruger up in third place and first in his class. He's in the SM1S, a new rider to the field from what we've seen this year. Darren Kruger having a phenomenal run out and really putting up a tremendous fight against everyone. Now going to be taking a look behind him because Christian Carvello is starting to close down. Christian is going to make sure that he retakes that third place after a little bit of a poor start. Cost him quite a bit of time. As you can hear just faintly in the background, him locking the rears, trying to slow the bike down, trying to slide it in a little bit just to get themselves sorted out, going right into the corner before they need to try and stop, just before the apex, slamming onto the anchors and slowing the bike down, getting a bit of rotation underneath it, let it snap underneath you and get it a little bit further up the road. And there we go. as you see our leader Aston Nesbitt going and making his way through. He's trying to make up as much time as possible. Aston Nesbitt, who's also been dipping his hands into another form of driving, going into the world of four wheels and racing Birkin 7, teaming up with an old SM1 rider called Paul Vollmer, who has unfortunately had to put the handlebars down, but comes out to support Aston Nesbitt in the efforts of the SM1 class, and also to go and see the awesome battles out on circuit. So it's good to see that even riders of the past coming and enjoying the racing at hand, whether they're watching out on the stream or whether they come to the track and go and see their friends and family duke it out. Time starting to tick by for our riders at the moment, with 7 laps to go of our SM1 and SM1S. The riders all trying to push themselves a little bit harder every step of the way, and I think for the likes of Carvello, he's actually quite happy that there's quite a bit of laps left, because he's slowly closing the gap between himself and the likes of Darren Kruger ahead, going and splitting it up to only 5 seconds and closing. So Darren Kruger is going to be well aware that Christian Carvello is now getting closer and closer, getting a bit closer, creeping in to eventually try and take that 3rd place away. Aston Nesbitt making his way through, gets on the power, and he has got Ryan van Niekerk going and making up a bit of time. Ryan van Niekerk did do the fastest lap time of the race with a 1:09.945 on his last lap. That was the fastest lap time for his class in the race. Aston Nesbitt was only able to get a 1:09.988 on his last lap, so a little bit slower, but not by much in that respect. Darren Kruger doing a 1:13.750, where he's got Christian Carvello in 4th place chasing him down. Last lap time was 1:13.798, so also trying to close down the distance, slightly off in terms of lap times, but that is going to make a bit of an impact as time goes on, as our riders try and dig deep to make an impact here today. Turning into a monstrous battle. Remember, this is for championship points, and taking a look over to our points list for our SM1s. Aston Nesbitt leading out the championship on 335 points. That is going to help him break away from Ryan van Niekerk, who's on 251 points. Ryan van Niekerk has done 2 out of 3 wins so far, trying to close down the gap to Aston Nesbitt up in 1st place. By doing this, he will still be able to keep the fight alive for his championship hopes. Christian Carvello is on 88 points, so getting a 3rd place today will be a big benefit to him to try and get ahead of the likes of Lewis Lepard, Brandon Hertelman, who are up ahead of him, both on 116 points and 112 points respectively. And then you have got the likes of Darren Kruger, new to the series, and he is having a bit of fun out there. He will be picking up some points, getting ahead of Tay Janssen van Rensburg if he can carry on the pace, and that would be a fantastic outing for his first time out for the 2023 SA Short Circuit Series here at round 6 at Formula K. And there is just an almighty charge right down to the wire for all our riders as they pick up the pace, hoping they can get a little bit closer to one another. It's going to be a proper run as they fight their way through. It's going to be one for the ages, as it does look like Ryan van Niekerk is finally seeing the likes of Aston Nesbitt just ahead of him, and seeing that there's just a chance, possibly, maybe he could just close it down enough to go and fight it out once again. Aston Nesbitt though is slowing up. That 1:10.8 starting to go and cost him a bit of time. Now I think maybe fatigue starting to kick it in. He's got no one to pace himself with at the moment, so he's having to just rely on where I am and just keep going. And at the same time, Ryan van Niekerk has been constantly chasing, seeing right in front of him and going, listen, I'm coming. Got to keep the pressure on at this point, and making their way through. Taking a look at Ryan van Niekerk though, Last lap time 110.246, where Aston Nesbitt did a 111.268. So Aston Nesbitt definitely dropping a second a lap at this point, and I think that's either he's come off the throttle a little bit, or he doesn't realize the threat that's behind him, so he's just trying to take it easy, trying to get himself reorganized and sorted out. And let's see how they're going to battle their way through. This is going to be a monstrous battle. They will be coming across the line, and there'll be only 2 laps left. And Ryan van Niekerk has managed to close up the gap hugely. After everything, will be given 2 laps to go for first place. So first and second are now within a second of one another. Aston Nesbitt on that last lap though wasn't at the top pace, wasn't at the pace he wanted to be at, and that was sitting at a 110.749. Ryan van Niekerk on the other hand did a 109.988. So Ryan is quicker, has got 2 laps to make it. Aston Nesbitt going defensive, trying to hold back, and realizes he's got another engine singing next to him, and it's a little bit off song. It's right, it's giving him a chase. It's his fellow teammate that's going to be pushing him down to the wire. The protege has now come to teach the master a lesson. Aston Nesbitt now needs to chomp on the bit to keep ahead of Ryan van Niekerk for the final lap. When they come round, Ryan van Niekerk will have one more lap, one more chance to make this work up against the rear wheel. And this is it, one more lap, last lap, final lap of round 3 of the SA Short Circuit Series, final lap of our SM1 and SM1S. And first and second are separated less than 0.0 seconds side by side. Ryan van Niekerk with a beautiful send gets past Aston Nesbitt. Aston tried fighting it back, but he wasn't able to. Can he come back at him? They're going to try and battle their way through. Aston tucking his head in, trying to keep himself nice in the slipstream. Ryan van Niekerk going to try and stretch it out a little bit wide though. Hard into the apex, and you see Aston deep sand on the inside. Wasn't able to make it work. Going to try and come back at it. Down the hill. Ryan van Niekerk battling to try and keep it all in check. Starting to break away. Aston Nesbitt doing everything he can to close down. Only a couple of more corners to go. Would this be the climb of the century coming in? I think it may be. After coming off the bike, getting himself back up and get going. One more corner to go, and we'll be happy with this. Ryan van Niekerk taking 3 for 3 for today. Aston Nesbitt taking second place. Christian Carvello trying to make up a bit of ground and well, Ryan van Niekerk on the final race, or the final heat, cross the checkered flag, manages to lose it out with all the excitement. And Aston Nesbitt checking it. Is he okay? Oh, you're right, bud. You've got tears in your eyes at this point, buddy. Come, let's get yourself going. What a chase that was. Absolutely incredible stuff as our riders make their way through. Christian Carvello will be taking third place overall. Kruger will be taking fourth. But let's go over to our provisional results provided by Motor Timing. For our SM1, Ryan van Niekerk out in first place, Aston Nesbitt in second, Christian Carvello in third for our SM1 class, and our SM1S goes to Darren Kruger. What an outing, what a debut, what a fantastic drive here at Formula K for round 6 of the SA Short Circuit Series. And well, it ain't a hooligan party until you have the SM1 and the SM1Ss all together, because now you got a straight, now you got the end of the race, and there goes the wheelies. Absolutely tremendous stuff, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as they make their way heading into the pits. What a day it has been And I know our hooligans are going to finish it in a way that is absolutely part of the SA Short Circuit Series. It's ingrained in the history of the series, and one way to ensure that the rubber is worn out, they're going to pull into the pits. They're going to head into Park Furby, and we're getting one of our camera guys to go and take a look and get a beautiful shot of all the chaos that's about to ensue down there. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, over at the virtual grandstands, thank you very much for joining us here at the SA Short Circuit Series. Make sure you follow us in all our social medias, and absolutely incredible stuff. But with that being said, it cannot be forgotten to our sponsors. Without them, we wouldn't have the SA Short Circuit Series for 2023. So a big shout out to the 357 AN Racing, along with Energade, DSTV, G&G Sales and Training Institute, Motor City Auto Spares, Nexo, and Spaniard going and being a part of it. There is our cameraman getting a shot in the pits, and what better way to display it all from LiveX live cameras. Big shout out to the LiveX team for all the hard work they've been doing. Big shout out to our Kalami Marshals Association, the SA Short Circuit Series admin, along with all our officials and marshals being a part of this amazing day. Big thank you to them for all the hard work that's gone on, and also to the organizers of the SA Short Circuit Series for all the fantastic work. And we will be having a prize giving, and also they go and say bring the deck chairs, because we're going to be watching a bit of the rugby and supporting the World Cup, because you know what, we've got the world's best drivers supporting the world's best rugby team, so we've got to have it all together. We're also going to be heading over to round 7 at Polokwane on the 28th of October, so make sure that you note it down, write it down, and get ready to go. But in true fashion of the SA Short Circuit Series, get ready for a little bit of fun as our riders come by, and do expect to see the smoke, as they seem to be giving a bit of a lift. This time they're being a little bit more tame, not having all the smoke revved up and the burnouts happening this time round. Instead, they're going to show it off nice and easy way. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much for joining us here at the track and at the virtual grandstand. Share the link with all the friends and family. We look forward to seeing all the comments in the future, with everyone going and showing off a great part of the SA Short Circuit Series and the amazing action we had here at Formula K. A big shout out to the Formula K here in Boksburg for giving us the opportunity to come racing and make some noise here in Boksburg. Till next time, we'll see you at the prize giving, but more importantly, we'll see you at Polokwane on the 28th of October. And like always, we wish to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. We'll see you next time right here at the SA Short Circuit Series. the 150, but the SM1's also turning into a bit of a hectic situation, especially with Heat 3. Okay, so let's start off with the 150s. What happened? You were on the charge, you went on the charge, you landed up backing off, then you were getting into massive fights. How was it out there?
Oh, it was amazing. 150 so dialed in. Yeah, we're feeling really good. We had the pace. Unfortunately, race 2 we crashed, and then we used another bike for race 3, and I just wasn't as comfortable on the bike. So yeah.
Well, that's good. But one bike you were comfortable on was the SM1. Heat 1 got a win. Aston came off. Heat 2 got a win, but it also landed up before the landing on your backside.
Of an idiot, but I looked behind me and there Aston was on the floor, so I felt a bit better.
Joining in sympathy. Now, one that everyone's been talking and sitting back and relaxing, thinking, well, you're gone. Suddenly, you've gone past Kruger, you've gone past Carvelo, and now you're gaining, and then it was a last mad dash, final lap, into the last couple of corners. You just managed to get the front tuck.
It was a little bit, I was tired at the end of the race, so I was struggling quite a bit. But I know Aston was also tired, so I knew if I just pushed a little bit harder, I'll get the edge on him. And then I saw him keep a tight line into the right-hander, and I knew he'd run wide, so I thought that was my chance. That was the break.
That was it. Absolutely phenomenal. We did catch you on the end landing down once again. So don't worry, everyone saw that one. But we've also got to talk about next year. You're going to be representing South Africa. You're heading over to the Red Bull Rookie Cup. That must be rather exciting. You're part of 6 that are going to be going and showing off what you can do. Take us through the emotions of finding out that you're going to be there. You're going to be representing the flag. And I would say following the steps of the South Africans before you, but I think all 6 of you riders are going to be walking your own path at this point.
Yeah, it was a little bit stressful because we only got told on Monday and we need to be there next week Monday. So it was a bit of a tight with the visas and the tickets and everything, but we've got it sorted. My visa's busy being processed. And then we're going to go over and just do whatever we can. We're going to work as hard as we can, do whatever it takes to get there. We weren't 100% sure about riding today, just in case I got hurt, but luckily I'm coming out with a few scratches and that's about it.
Oh, that's it. And also walking home with a trophy in the cabinets, I'm sure that's going to be a bit of motivation. Well, you know what? The South Africans have always had a winning history. We've seen it both in the 4 wheels and we've seen it in the 2 wheels. I'm sure that you're going to be bringing home the gold, that's for certain. Got a bit of a challenge coming your way because Caden did make you work for it in the 150s, so keep an eye on him. But ultimately, getting the win, 3 for 3, full house for the SM1s, that must be the smile moment, and congratulations. I shake your hand because I was the first one that said you wouldn't be able to get first by the end of Heat 3, so thanks for proving me wrong.
Thank you very much, thank you.
That's Ryan, everybody. We'll catch up and get some other interviews as well, so keep tuned for all the amazing action.
Thank you.
All right, we are standing here next to Jason from Bradar. And Jason, what a day it's been for you. From some phenomenal racing where you had to work extremely hard to battle it out with competitors, and we also saw that you went venturing not far from here, going and landing off into over the tires, not into the tires. Explain what happened.
So what we think happened, so when you're behind slipstream, so I was behind Adam, and then we think that the brakes overcooked a little bit, and then after a while there was no brakes left. Then I couldn't go anywhere and I had to go into the tire wall.
So having that little bit of brake fade, that was it.
Yeah.
And I mean, surely you've had some phenomenal racing today. You had to really fight it out. Going over, that did not help. But where we sat and we thought, okay, well, you might have been retired. You proved us all wrong, parked your bike out in the front, and what went through your mind when you're back on the tarmac, staring at the competition that not too long ago, about a race before, you were just over the tyre wall and get carried home by that ambulance over there?
Well, after the crash, I was like, should I do this, should I not do this? And I'm like, well, why not just do it and see what happens? And then I think from the start on the 150, the adrenaline just kicked in and it's all good.
Absolutely, and I mean, this has been one of the closest races for you. Generally, we've seen you always get ahead and launch away from everyone. This time, different case scenario. You had to keep your eyes open, inside, outside. You had guys constantly looking up on the inside of you, looking to try and get around you. You had Adam who was also pressurizing you. I mean, how was it out there to suddenly be back in the fight? You're not miles away from anyone or sitting in between a grid where you're by yourself.
Well, I mean, like, honestly, I actually enjoy it. I mean, like, having a bit of a dice is proper. I mean, like, that's what we all come here for, to race.
That's absolutely incredible. And what's next for you? What's the next idea? Because I know you and your dad have been chatting, and with a long history of motorsport, what's next for the Fun Bradar?
Well, hopefully either next year or the year after, we're hoping to go overseas to Red Bull or at least Holland, maybe to go and run their series or the CRV. Yeah, we're just getting step by step.
Absolutely incredible. And I also do want to point out, I'm going to bring them onto camera as well because they didn't expect it. There's two people that have been going and keeping at your side. So come here. You guys are also putting on show because I want to show off right here, ladies and gentlemen. These are the future in motorsport. These are the next SBK champions. So to the Binder brothers that are doing so well, be warned. Competition's coming your way. Straight from the SA Short Circuit Series. Well done, Jason. Next time you're learning how to, well, teaching a person how to ride, I'll bring my tricycle, maybe.
Okay.
Is that fair enough? It here first. This is now on camera, okay? I'm not going to fall off my bicycle. Yes.
Okay.
for all the hard work. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that concludes our time here at Formula K. Big shout out to Formula K for having the SA Short Circuit Series Round 6. All the amazing action, all the thrills and spills, all the action brought to you by the SA Short Circuit Series. A big shout out to you guys over in the virtual grandstands. Glad to have you right around the world. If you're watching it live, thank you very much. If you're watching it in the future, hello to you. Welcome and good to see you guys out here. But ladies and gentlemen, make sure you keep an eye out. It's October. We head out to Polokwane on the for the round 7 on the 28th of October. Go and make a trip. Mark the date off. You don't want to miss it. We're going to be heading over to prize giving to have a bit of fun, but we're going to be also giving you guys a bit of chance at home to recover from all the amazing action here at the SA Short Circuit Series. So like always, we'll see you next time right here at SA Short Circuit Series.